That was a really shitty ending. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to cut off the music. I don't know what happened. That was the Iron Cross Band. That was the cover of AC/DC Hell's Bells. I don't know what happened. But, all right, looks like my stream's still going here, so that's a good thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me get some music going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. What's your question? Number 53. Got the sunglasses on to remind you that we're in a movie. You're in a simulation. And I thought we would change the background up a little bit. Got a new background. You can see that I'm on television. I'm like a fractal down inside of a fractal. And on the left and right hand side of this movie theater are the two cards that represent today's February 18th day, the Seven of Diamonds and the Nine of Hearts, which are right here, ladies and gentlemen. These two cards are the cards that represent today's day. The Seven of Diamonds and the Nine of Hearts. And big shout out to Jordan, my great friend Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. Please get over and subscribe to his channel if you haven't done so already. Because, today being February 18th, being this Seven of Diamonds card, the 33rd card in the deck, this is tied to his birthday, right? He's born on March 16th. I got some stuff to tell all of you. Some fun stuff. Jordan just left. He was here in Mexico with me. I finally got to meet him in person. Man, let me take these off. The synchronicities were just like gangbusters as him and I were kind of joining forces during the time we spent here in Mexico. I didn't catch it at first. And you might be asking, like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What did you not catch? Well, who he really is. I know a lot of you are just dying to know what he looks like. And I can tell all of you. I'll give you, because I already asked his permission on this. Jordan looks like the Christ. There you have it. So if you go into any search engine and you type in Jesus Christ and you get your illustrations, Jordan has very, very strong connections to what that image looks like. I didn't catch it at first because he came out of the airport. I picked him up at the airport and he was wearing a hat. I'd never seen him before. And I didn't catch it at first. It was on a day that him and I went to go get some vegan tacos. We were at this taco stand or taco restaurant. And I'm sitting there talking to him and he has this amber light, this like orange amber light behind him, and it was shining. And then I finally caught it because he was, he wore his hair down a few times. And he's got kind of like the not a long beard, but he's got facial hair. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, and the craziness about this is, see, Jordan was born on March 16th, which is 316. And one of the most famous scriptures in theology is John 3:16, where it says God gave his only begotten son. Jordan has March 16th, but it's the 316. And as fate would have it, the synchronicities started coming in for him and I. One of them was the place that he stayed at. It was number 104. And I automatically knew what that was, because when you take the scripture, for God loved the world so much, yada, 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 and you put it into the numerology cipher breakdown, it comes out to the number 480. And of course, then I'm going to take that and go into the string of pi. And where does the 480 appear in the string of pi? Well, at digit 104, which matches, or it matched the place he was staying at. I kid you not, folks. I was like, and you know, I was staying in room 206. I had a big all-seeing eye on my wall. 26 is source. The word source equals 26. I was in room number 206. I didn't pick this. This was an Airbnb. I just picked the location, then they tell you after you book it. And then, of course, 104 and 206, when you add it up, it's 301. And where does 301 appear in the string of the golden ratio? Well, just at the 1,404th decimal digit, the 144. I'm not kidding. Folks, this is what happened when him and I got together. Just, and it just kept going because he found this mural in where we were at. He found this mural on one of the walls that was painted, and he's like, oh, and it was a phoenix. And it was like the golden hour, and he walks across the street, he's got his phone, and he puts his phone up to take a picture. And I just happened to look at the phone exactly when he opened it up, and it was 18:06 p.m. He had it on military time, 6:06 p.m. 18:06, and he takes a picture of the phoenix, and I was dying laughing because the phoenix, of course, represents the sun, and 18:06, if you just drop the zero, it's 186, and of course, what is the speed of light measured in a vacuum? 186,000 miles per second. I kid you not, this is what happened when him and I got together. And then the last thing happened is we came back to where I'm at to drop off my stuff. And I had to bring him to the airport. And we decided to get something to eat at this little restaurant here. And as I'm sitting there talking about this whole Messiah thing with him, what drives by? Taxi number 316. I kid you not, folks. You couldn't have, and this is what I'm saying is like, there's no AI listening to me. There's no AI watching me. Folks, whatever's going on in this reality, it is the supernatural, okay? This is what happened when him and I got together. And we have some pretty big things in the works. So, you know, it's funny because I have a lot of people that email me from time to time, and they say, I'm the Savior, I'm the Christ. And now I can say I've really kind of met the real one. If there is somebody that's the closest to that, it would be him. And his first name starts with the letter J. And so a big shout out to him, you know, because he's doing great things. He does great things. He helps people. He's got the voice to do it. And now you know, ladies and gentlemen, he looks like the Messiah. So there you go. And I'm sure if he's here, he's probably laughing. But that's my life, folks. That's how dialed in I am into the code. And what happened when him and I got together. Came in on a Thursday. Just interesting. Okay. So let's get into, I'm going to be looking over here to my right because I have all of your chat here on my iPad. Let me just go back here. Welcome out to What's Your Question 53. 53 is tied to the word Ponzi scheme. I got a few sneak peeks to show all of you. I have some great decodes coming out, folks. I got one called the Corona King coming out. Took a second look at the corona. Folks, this reality is scripted, man. It's predestined. I don't know what else to say. And somebody asked, are we cursed? If you say so. You got to make lemonade out of this reality, folks. You got to make lemonade out of it. You can't just complain, bitch, and moan and groan. You got to get out there and be a creator. Go create your utopia. So that was my beginning, folks. It was just awesome, man. And Jordan and I have some very big things that we're working on right now. And big shout out to my buddy Flock over in Curacao. because he's helping out. I mean, we got some big stuff, man. Game changer stuff for the decoding world. Game changer stuff for the decoding world. So pretty stoked about that. Yes. So a big shout out to our moderators, Pam and Steven. Pamela says this scripted reality is freaking amazing. It is. Once you know all the tools, the numbers, symbols, letters, once you kind of have them memorized and you start to see them doing the dance around you, it's undeniable. But you got to get in tune with it. It's just so much fun, man. I tell you. Was I standing at the airport with a sign? No, I just relied on my cell phone. Yeah, Jordan was talking about eating water. We had some watermelon. It's just so interesting because on Super Bowl Sunday, Jordan and I had put our predictions out. I think it was like, I don't know, a week to 10 days prior. We both picked the Chiefs. I don't really watch sports anymore. So I decided just like, let's hang out. So we were hanging out and we were, working on our project and we were listening to it, going back and forth. And it was just interesting, like checking out the sports, but we don't really watch sports or listen to it. But it was just kind of for fun. So that was kind of interesting. Checking out your comments. That was abrupt. Yeah, no, the start of this wasn't good. How do you navigate through your reality being dropped into the code? I don't feel like I'm trapped. I mean, for fun, I say that, we're trapped. I have a decode on Trapped. One of my favorites. Not many people watch that one. I have one on Trapped. Prison Planet 1, 2, and 3. You see, I feel that when you surrender to the code, like when you finally surrender to it and you realize that you're in a movie and you're a character, when you surrender to that, life becomes easier. And then, you see, I feel like our job, this is my opinion, I feel like our jobs, our responsibilities are to create things. And all of us do create, all of you create things. All of you create stuff. So if you really pay attention to your life and you make a decision to consciously create your utopia, I would imagine everybody here is wanting to create a paradise, a utopia. And ultimately that's what I feel like our jobs are. For some of us anyway. You would take the energy that you would probably normally spend programmed on complaining, bickering, moaning and groaning, pointing fingers, which I sound like a broken record at this point because I say it often on my lives and my decodes. If you take all that energy back and you place it on creating your utopia, well, then you're now servicing the world. And of course, you want to know what your blueprint is, and you would do that through decoding yourself. So the very first thing that I would encourage all of you to do before you get into decoding is to decode yourself. Don't you want to know like how you fully operate in this reality? Don't you want to know how your best experiences in life are going to come? I mean, if there is such a thing as free will, if that's true, well then wouldn't you want to use that to live out your best experience? I mean, I say life's predestined, it's scripted, but maybe, you have the option to go up and down, and that's your free will. You can stay in the pits, you can stay depressed, you can live a life of anxiety, you can live a life of victimhood, or you can get out of that and move into the higher grades of experience of life through bliss and solace, peace. Some of you incarnated to be wealthy. That's just you incarnated to be wealthy. You incarnated to experience what it's like to have a lot of money. There's nothing wrong with that. But you wouldn't know that unless some of you need the confirmation to tell you that this is what you need to experience in your reality to have the best experience. Oh, he said tapped. Okay. So I got correct. Andrew said he said tapped instead of trapped. I don't know what tapped would mean then. Keith says, waiting for your class. Yes, I have a course coming out, working on it. It will come out this year. I know that's a long stretch, right? But it's going to come out this year for sure. How's the syncretism decode fam been lately? I haven't been here in a few months. Higher frequencies, welcome out. What's up, Maya? Somebody had asked a question earlier. I think they were asking about the weather balloons, and that was on. I don't remember what day that happened. Oh, it was on Super Bowl Sunday, right? They had this. 3 or 4 things got shot down. Ladies and gentlemen, I just say it's bullshit. Not saying it's like the idea of the story, whether it's bullshit or not, the idea makes it real. But thing is ladies and gentlemen, nothing gets in our airspace. I mean, you could see a needle drop through the airspace. So how would you get a spy balloon or weather? That's just ridiculous. So what is it? I don't know. Is it just a made up story? Maybe. I don't pay any attention to it because it's just not worth my time. I don't want to give it energy because I don't care. It doesn't affect my life. If there's really such thing as aliens from other planets, great. And if I get a chance to meet one of them, okay, then it's part of my reality. Then fine, so be it. But I'm not going to be in the dark and all this stuff when I realize there's holographic technology, et cetera, et cetera. I'm the doubting Thomas. I am the doubting Thomas. I own that. I need to smell it, touch it, taste it, feel it. That's how I roll. I don't know about you, but stories are stories, but I like, for me, I need to touch it, taste it, feel it, smell it, et cetera, et cetera. It's balloon shit. What's up, Bobby? It's just ridiculous. It's like, how do you shoot down something in your airspace? I mean, I think one was near the Great Lakes. Like, how do you even get there? How would you even get something in the United States that far in? Then there was one off the coast of South Carolina. How do you get that close? Then there was some over by Alaska, and you got to go through. Come on, no way. It's just a story. That's it. And it was headlined. Anytime when somebody reads it, somebody say, "Hey, did you hear about that?" What happens to the story? It grows. When you pay attention to something, you give it energy, you give it your magic, you help it grow. You're essentially the gas, the energy to make it grow. And just like that, just out of thin air, the story becomes real. Have you ever paid attention? Justin's have you ever paid attention to gargoyles? Not really. I remember the Sunglass Company. I think they're still around, but not really. I haven't really paid attention to that topic. What's the mystery behind Life Oath 9? I don't know what that is. I'm a little ignorant on that. What's the significance behind the number 69? Well, there's many significances behind the number 69. Of course, classically, it's going to be tied to the yin yang. It will be tied to the symbol of Cancer, which will be tied to the number 4 and the moon. Crossover, and you're going to get into Capricorn. Now you're going to get into Capricorn and Cancer, which are the two tropics divided by the equator. Why was the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer chosen to represent the two tropics? I've posed this question many times. Why not the Tropic of Sagittarius and Gemini? Why not the Tropic of Aquarius and Leo? Nope, it had to be the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. 10 and 4, which is 104. Didn't I not mention 104? That was the place Jordan was staying at, tied to John 3:16. Yeah, that's how you connect these things, if you want to go really deep. So the 69, man, it can be so many ways to take a look at it when you look at the tarot. I mean, the tarot, how beautiful it is. It's tied to the game of life. If you count the Fool in 0 and 22 in its positions, you would then have a total of 78 cards. And the 69th card in the deck is going to be the 5 of Pentacles. And if you convert this into the cards of illumination, it's the 5 of diamonds, and the 5 of diamonds is card 31, and the words ride or die equals 31. So your ride or die you're going to have through love. You'll have your partnerships. Yes, that is one situation that you can use the ride or die on. But then you also have the ride or die, which is your DNA, which is you, which is having the Jesus Christ experience, which is going to be playing the game of life. This is card 69. I have a really big decoding short coming out on placenta, umbilical cord, and baby. That trinity right there. Wait till I show all of you that. Using numerology, alchemy, cards of illumination, tarot. Blow your mind. Decoding short I got coming out, like 8 slides. How long was Jordan's hair? Long enough for me to tell you that he represents the Messiah. It's long. What about the number 73? 73 is the 21st prime number. 73 and 21. See, when you get these numbers through mathematics, 73 being the 21st prime number, one of the things that I do is I take those two numbers and I add them up. So you take 73 and you add 21, what do you get? 94. 94 is plutonium. Plutonium is tied to the flux capacitor, Back to the Future, time travel. Of course, 73 is tied to the 21, and the 21st card in the deck is the World card. So when you look at this 73 and 21, here's the 21 entering the world, okay, to play the game of life. And then you have card number 73, which is going to be tied to the 9 of diamonds. The 9 of Pentacles. What the hell is this card? It's just so masterful. This whole reality it's a masterpiece. And I appreciate it more and more every day because I can see that it wasn't man that created it. There's no way. Here is 73. The 73rd card in the tarot is the 9 of Pentacles. The 9 of diamonds, which is card 35, which is tied to the word simulation, and then it's tied to the world card. So you can see through the tarot and through the 73rd card and the 21st card, through the primes, it's the simulation. You enter the simulation through the portal here. There's the portal right there. And then you get the 4 fixed signs of astrology. It's right on the King James Version, the most popular spell book called the Holy Bible. It's on the King James Version. It's right on the freaking front of it. It's got the 4 fixed signs, the ox, lion, eagle, man. What do you think that is? That's the fixed signs that rule over the Stargate. The word love equals 21. The word enter equals 21. You enter the world. You enter the game of life. That's what you do. 73 is, if you take the numbers, any composite number that you get, 73, 98, 92, 27, 31, you can take the numbers. A lot of people that get into decoding, they automatically reduce it down, and that's great to do. But I want you to take into consideration that these numbers are like people, like us. Do you want to get reduced down to something, other than who you are? You wouldn't want to get reduced down. Like, don't try to change me. Don't try to call me by my name. So if you look at it the same way with numbers, like the number 73, like why, do you think that if 73 walked into the room, hey, what's up, 73? And you're like, no, you're just 1. Because 73 reduces to the 10, which is the 1. No, your name's 1. 73 is like, dude, I'm 73. So I feel these numbers are just as important as us as human beings. They're archetypes. So the 73 to me remains the 73 as its whole composite number. And then you can separate the two numbers and you can get a better, defining aspect of the numbers themselves. 7 and 3. 7 is the critic, the analyst, and then 3 is the creator. So 73 really means the creator through criticism. You create through being a critic. And you'll do that through servicing the number 1, which is what it reduces down to. So it's a leader number, but it analyzes life before it creates. That's the 73. And that's the 21st prime number, which is entering the world. That's how I look at it. How do you start to create your reality as a creator? Well, again, it's very simple. Decode yourself. Figure out what the hell you're doing here. Why are you here? What's your purpose? You have an ego and you have a spirit. I think so anyway. And it's light that comes down into this physical body. It slows down spirit into matter. This is the matter. And now you have instantly and automatically, you have an adversary. The adversary is your ego, and the ego's adversary is the spirit, the light that comes into the body, the spark. Tool has that song called Pneuma, which is, he says it right in the lyrics. He said, we're the sun becoming. The sun is light. So you got to figure out what the hell you're doing here. You got to decode yourself. That's rule number 1 in my book. If you need help, I do readings, but there's a lot of other people out there to do readings. So find somebody you're comfortable with. If you don't want to do it yourself, it's worth them. I'm not trying to sell anybody anything here, but it's worth the money you spend on getting interpretations of what the hell you're doing here. Because some of you want the confirmation. You want it because you're not giving yourself permission to own the space that you're supposed to own. You need someone to confirm it for you. And you're like, oh, I knew it. Well, then if you knew it, then why aren't you doing it? Because a lot of us, we rely on somebody else telling us what to do. A lot of people need to be told what to do. That's totally fine, as long as you get there. So you decode yourself, you figure out what the hell you're doing here, and then you start to create based on that. I like getting into vision boards and affirmations if you want to use that stuff. Forget about, this law of attraction work. Forget all that stuff. Just go create what you want to create. But I think a lot of people out there, maybe you need some kind of guide in your life. And that guide can be a vision board. When I do my readings for people, I've been getting in the habit of saying to the person I'm doing the reading for, I say to them, what do you want to be when you grow up? So I'm gonna share that with all of you. I'm gonna ask all of you that question. I don't care what your age is. Like, I just turned 50 in February, not too long ago. Doesn't matter what my age is. I can ask myself the same question. Hey, Logan, what do you want to be when you grow up? And you might say, well, I'm already grown up. Well, forget all that. Forget about what you feel, you know, what you think. What do you want to be when you grow up? It's kind of a game changer. Some of you are looking to change your career. Some of you are looking to change partnerships. Some of you are looking to change you being single and getting into a partnership. Some of you are looking to change having a baby. Some of you are looking to change having a puppy. What do you want to be when you grow up? Some of you don't know what you want to be right now. You're in between, and that's totally fine. At least you know that. And if you feel like I'm lost, no, you're not. You're consciously aware that you're saying I'm lost. Now you're not lost. Now you're defining that, hey, I need a little help on where I want to go. And so you decode yourself and you figure, and that's just your base. You know, I often say that your cosmic code, that's your owner's manual. If you have a car, if you drive a car, in your glove box, there's probably an owner's manual. And you probably may have never pulled it out of the glove box. But one day the car breaks down, and what is the first thing we normally do? We go and reach in the glove box and we try to find the owner's manual, hoping we can figure out what the hell's wrong with the car. Well, you see, that's what I feel like we got to do here in this reality based upon a personal experience. Is your owner's manual is your astrology maps, your cards of illumination, your tarot, your personality type, your Briggs-Myers, your color type, your Enneagram, your human design, your gene keys. All of these are very special layers to who you are. You're a very colorful human being, right? And I feel like it's important to do this kind of stuff as your base fundamental. And then once you figure out what the hell you're good at, what you need to manage for your weaknesses, you know, the great Bob Proctor, the late great Bob Proctor, who was a 5 of diamonds, he said, you know, focus on your strengths and manage your weaknesses. Are you doing that? Well, some of you don't know what your weaknesses are. You try to do everything in your life. You try to do your weaknesses. So you got to figure it out, right? You got to figure that out. So another question, what's next after you exit the simulation? I couldn't answer that. Don't know. Don't even know if you do. No one has ever been able to exit this reality and then come back and show you that they have proof that they've exited and come back. That is a fact for everybody. We don't know. No one knows. They will all just come down to an opinion. Any advice for a life path 5? Well, with the Jack of Hearts. The Jack of Hearts is one of the 3 unmovable cards. The Jack of Hearts, the King of Spades, and the 8 of Clubs. Those 3 cards, if you're one of those, that's the only card you got. All right, and you should study that card. Jack of Hearts is the card it's one of the cards that is ideal. If you want to see the Jack of Hearts, if you're a Jack of Hearts, I would highly suggest you go watch my 2 Thieves Decoded. Because in that decode, I showed the cross that people make. That's the cube that we live in, the Pandora's box, unfolded is the cross. I broke that down through alchemy. I broke it down through the cards. I broke it down through the tarot. And of course, one of the cards that is part of the cross is the Jack of Hearts, which is the Knight of Cups. And this card right here the meaning of this is looking for love, which is essentially what all of us do when we get down here in this game of life. We start looking for love. It doesn't necessarily mean you're looking, to get a partner. You're looking to fall in love with things. Yes, you can fall in love with people, and many of you have. But you're also looking to fall in love with things to create and for people to appreciate, which some of you need as fuel for you to continue to create. That's part of your code. So if you have a Knight of Cups, if you have a Jack of Hearts, which is card number 11, it's one of the Jesus Christ cards. It's got the J right on it. Card number 11, the word brain equals the number 11. The element sodium is the 11th element. Sodium, the salt of the earth. It's got a weight of 22, tied to the Titans, the fallen angel story. Looking for love. When you come down here and play this game of life, you're now looking for things to create, fall in love with. Ideas, people, places, things, etc. When you couple that with a life path number 5, well, you see, the 5 is your soul contract. Your life path is your soul contract. It's in numerology, it's separate from your ego and identity. It's kind of like, I use this as an analogy when I do my readings for people. I say, just for a second, just for an analogy here. Imagine you're up in the celestials. You're up in heaven. And you're looking down at earth and you're like, man, that game looks pretty damn fun. Maybe you've already played it a million times. And you're like, you know what? I think I'm going to go sign up and play. I think I'm going to go sign up. And there's a vetting process. I had said I think there's a waiting list to get in here. That's why all of you shouldn't be complaining. What if that's true? If there's a waiting list to get in here and there's people bitching and moaning and complaining when they got a pretty decent code, spending the wrong time on the wrong things. But anyways, you decide to come down here and you finally get the phone call. Hey, you're beaming down. You're going down into the game of life. Well, now your soul has a job to do, which is your life path, which is separate from your adversary, the ego, which is going to be tied to your identity. Like, can I see your ID, please? ID is 5. The word ID, I and D, is 14, which is a 5. How very fitting. Because 5 is tied to the Hierophant, which is tied to your identity, which is tied to the pride, Leo. Leo the lion, the 5th house of astrology, the lion works for the pride. 5 is pride. That's your ego, the adversary of the spirit. But anyway, the spirit that has a job to do. And the 5 life path is the busiest of all life paths. If you have a 5 birthday, you're gonna have some remnants of what I'm saying here. 5 life path, it's the person that's the adventurer. It needs to experience reality in all its totality. It's the person that says, I'll go try that. I'll go sign up for that. I'll be the first in line to go try that. So you need a lot of space in your life. You need a lot of room. You don't like to be tied down. You're probably very independent. And so if you pick a partner who's not like that and they try to tie you down, you will be miserable. This is the advantage of knowing what your code is and essentially knowing what your partner's code is. Especially if you're dating, like knowing what you're getting into. And then if you're both on the same, if you're going to pick a partner, man, I hope you're on the same conscious level. Like your guys are you're matched up. Because then there's no like, hey, you should be doing, I don't like you doing that. Then you're just accepting each other for each other's code and appreciating each other's code and life path and identity and everything else under the sun. Then there's no room to kind of piss each other off, really. Because you know what you're going to get. That's what I feel like we're moving into. The age of Aquarius is I know thyself. When you know yourself and you know other people, how are we going to get out of arguments and debates and trying to, you'll squash that by just saying, okay, well, I can see it. That's how your code is. This is what I try to tell people, and I try to encourage people, going back to the dirty laundry, the mainstream, and these people on the world stage that you don't like. And it's their fault, and it's them, and it's they. Hopefully you're out of that mindset. And you take your power back, because you're not giving them any more energy, which they gladly take. Because I feel that, if you look at this reality, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, you think the fish likes the shark? You think the deer likes the wolf? You think some of these insects like the praying mantis? You think the aphids like the ladybug? You know the ladybug, the cute little beautiful red and black ladybug, is a stone cold killer? Not to you and I, but to aphids, stone cold killer. Eats them, freaking cannibalizes, just raw. I mean, if that thing has feelings, can you imagine getting eaten alive by a ladybug? A beautiful ladybug. Straight up stone cold predator, man. So I feel that some people that incarnate into this reality, their job, you may not like their job. They're predators. You may not like their job. But you see, stop giving them energy, because essentially, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to tell you is you're the star of your own movie. You're inside of a movie. This is a movie. Your earth is a movie set. This is what I feel the great reveal will be. The apocalypse will tell you you're inside of a damn movie. And a lot of you are not the stars in your own movie. You're just like an extra running around, blaming and causing division and arguing with people and debating with people. So when you look at your life and you say, okay, well, I'm the star of my own movie. Okay, well then who's my cast? Who's the cast? If you go look at a movie, you go search into a movie, you're gonna see there's a cast. The cast of the movie is this person, and you have your main stars. You see, in the movie, in your movie, you're the main star. You. When you die, that's it. The movie's over. I know you'd say, well, that's not possible, but it is possible. You are the movie, folks. You are the star in the movie. You. That's how important you are in this reality. But some of you give all your power away because you end up becoming an extra in somebody else's movie. That means you're not being a creator. Not in the true essence of being a creator. So your cast is going to be the people that are close to you, your family, your partners, all your girlfriends and boyfriends, husbands and wives. They're all part of your cast. There are no accidents. They're already selected. And then that's your entourage. And then anybody outside of that is going to, I am an extra in your movie. Yes, you may come here. You may like the content that I'm talking about. You may like to listen to what other people are saying. Okay? But essentially, I'm just an extra in your movie. I don't wake up in your bed. I don't brush your teeth side by side. I don't have a toothbrush in your bathroom. I don't have space in your closet. I don't wear the same slippers you do. I don't have to take care of the same things that you do. I'm an extra in your movie. You're the star in your movie. So here's the suggestion. Start freaking acting like it. The minute you turn on your telly, and they're like, oh, I don't have television, but you got a cell phone. Same thing. The minute you turn on the mainstream, and you start, oh my God, you get on the phone, you're like, oh, Julie, did you see what happened? Oh my God, I can't believe they're doing, do you know what you're doing? You're now not the star anymore. I mean, you're always going to be the star. It's a contradiction, but now you're giving your gas away. You're now just starting to blend in with the crowd and just becoming like everybody else. Now you're not standing out anymore. So the first requisite to stand out and become the star and take your power back is turn off the dirty laundry, stop doing the blame game, and then start to study yourself and decode yourself. That's what you do. That's how you end up being a co-creator in this reality. This is how you get in tune with the source code. When you start, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, if you just look at your body, inside your body right now, there are trillions of cells that work for you. You don't got to tell them what to do. They're already programmed to do it. Inside your body, you have an immune system. And what is the immune system's job? Have you ever thought about this? What is the job of your immune system? Well, obviously, it's to protect the body from foreign invaders. Bacteria, pathogens, etc., etc. Now, then I would say, who created the pathogens? Who created the bacteria? Who created these cells that are attacking your body? Who created that? Well, if you have logic and discernment in your thoughts, you would say, well, whatever created that created my immune system. That's right. It has to be that way. That's how our reality works, ladies and gentlemen. So there's no reason to blame it. Just observe it and be on your way. If you are sick, you don't sit there and bitch and moan and groan about the bacteria and the whatever's entering your body. No, you boost your immune system. You focus on your immune system. Maybe take a little echinacea. Maybe take some more vitamin C. Maybe take this and that. Get out this. You enhance the immune system. That's how you create a correction in the body when you are out of balance. But you see, that's not what people do in this reality. They go attack the predators. They go attack the foreign. They go attack these things, and they give all their energy away. They deplete themselves of their energy, and all that energy they spend on attacking what they don't want in their life, they end up sacrificing all that time where they could have been creating their utopia. It's a no-brainer. Okay. Mr. Bandwagon, do you lucid dream much? I don't lucid dream. I dream a lot. I love sleep. I love sleeping. I like taking some magnesium before I go to bed. Man, I sleep so good. I love sleep. Love it. But I don't lucid dream. Never have I done that. I know I've read a few books on it. And it's just like, some people can do it. Some people can't. Maybe you can practice it. But like I enjoy my sleep. So. Beverly is asking, what if I already fulfilled my purpose that I came here to fulfill? How do you know you have fulfilled your purpose? I mean, so I would just say, like, is that it for you? Are you just going to throw it in? Are you done? I mean, maybe you just want to retire and go up in the mountains and just kind of pick berries and sit by the waterfall and, whatever it is you want to do. But I think even if you feel like you've fulfilled your purpose, you got a lot of gas left in the tank. So you just keep going. I think there's always room to continue to create. I don't think there's a bottom. I don't think there's an end. That's my opinion, though. Pamela says you may be working on extra credit. That's pretty funny. Do I have a video about the Ace of Spades? No, I do not. Here, let me, those of you that are probably new to this, let me give you the website. I'm going to put it in the chat. Here we go. So there, let me pin it to the top. So I just pinned at the very top of the chat the website you would click on and go to look up your card and read about it. That way I can save some time for people here because I'll be at it forever. But the Ace of Spades, the spade suit is all of you that are a spade. I'm a spade, right? My ego card is a spade. And the spades are the representation through the cards of illumination now. Tarot's going to be different. The spade is the card that represents our spirituality. So if you're a spade, you're probably going to be somebody who's highly sought after this spirituality aspect. You don't have to be a spade to be running after it and chasing after. All of you should. Because essentially we're all the cards, just like you're all 12 zodiac signs. I know, like, if the funny thing, like in astrology, people say, you'll get like, what's your rising sign? What's your sun and moon sign? Well, what are your 12 houses? How about that? What's in those houses? If there's nothing there, you're still going to have the zodiac sign. You're all 12 zodiac signs, folks, all of them. But the Ace of Spades is the beginning point of the mind. Essentially, it's the implant in the mind. It's tied to Westworld. It's the 40th card in the deck. The world Westworld equals 40. If you want to see what the Ace of Spades is all about, go watch my decode called Westworld Decoded. The Ace of Spades is in there. If you want to see what it's connected to on the mainstream, esoterically, et cetera, it's there. Okay? Armin, what's up, brother? Any advice on life path number 8? Well, I'm not going to give advice. I can give you descriptions on what the life path is. Well, I shouldn't say I couldn't give you some suggestions, but I'm an 8 life path. Okay, and the 8 life path is a life path that is like, what is the number 8? First, let's describe what whatever your life path is, what does the number mean? What does the number mean? So 8 is the torus field. It's the hourglass. It's the infinity symbol. It represents power. 8 represents power. So your job, you incarnated to experience and wield power. And you may have an aspect of where you're going to be balancing out power through materialism and power through spirituality, or power with look at my life. Look what I'm doing here, my channel, Decode Your Reality, and everything that I bring to the table. I'm taking power and I'm giving it out. I'm delivering it back out. So if you're an 8 life path, the major aspect to take into consideration is you're here to deal with power. So now you have that defined. What is the power coming into your life? What are you good at? What about the Ace of Diamonds? So again, folks, if you want to know about your card, if you want a quick description of your card, at the very top of the chat, I pinned the website you'll go to, my friend Sharon's website. It's allinthecards.com. Just click on there and it'll just ask you for your birthday and just punch that in and it'll give you a nice description. I will bet the majority of you will say that's pretty damn close to describing who I am. But the Ace of Diamonds is card 27. It's tied to the dragonfly. The great dragon was hurled down. 27 is tied to currency. The Ace of Diamonds is tied to currency. The word sacrifice equals 27, tied to the Christ, 27. Sacrifice, currency, sports, religion, these words in numerology all equal the number 27. So they ride on the coattails of that Ace of Diamonds, this card right here. In the medicine deck, it's going to be the Dragonfly card. Now, did these people that created the medicine deck, I got to buy another deck. I'm going back to the US soon. I'm going to get another deck. But the 52 cards of the medicine deck, which has insects, animals, and reptiles to represent instead of like the tarot has. Well, did they know that the great dragon tied to the 27 is tied to currency? Is that the reason why they made it into the Dragonfly card? I don't know. But they were Native Americans that created this deck of cards. I mean, card 15 is the wolf, which is tied to the devil. That's kind of a no-brainer. They probably cross-referenced that. When you look at the 27th card in the tarot, straight up, the 27th card in the tarot, using the Fool as 0 and 22, it's going to be the 5 of Wands. Where the hell is it? So pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. If you're an Ace of Diamonds, it's at the bottom. Go figure. If you're an Ace of Diamonds, you're going to be tied to the Ace of Pentacles, which is going to be card 64, which is tied to our DNA. Okay? This is how important this is. Those of you that have the 27, it's tied to Cobalt and the Puppet Master. It's the supernatural running this reality. But in the tarot, Ace of Diamonds, card 27, is going to be the Ace of Pentacles, which is card 64. 64 is how many possible codons we have in our DNA. The great dragon got hurled down. That's you and I. That's the fallen angel story. And then the 27th card in the deck is the Five of Wands. And you see that right there? The great dragon got hurled down. Well, you know what this is? It's a lot of fighting. It's the yin yang fighting. It's division. My way's the right way. No, my religion's the right religion. No, my team's the best team. My daddy can beat up your daddy. This is how silly it gets, but that's how reality works. People end up using their ego more than anything else and their identification, and then instantly and automatically you now have energetic expressions going on all the time, which is what this reality thrives off of. This whole reality is based on love and fear. Love and fear, love and fear, love and fear. Those are the only two emotions. Everything else is subordinate to these emotions. Love and fear, love and fear. You're feeding things when you give off love and fear emotions. Maya's asking, what's the difference between life path numerology and Vedic numerology? I'm a 7 life path. To be honest with you, I never even heard of Vedic numerology. Never even heard of it. I mean, life path numerology from my studies has always been taking your total birthday and adding it up. I would imagine the Vedic is probably going to be using less numbers. But when you take your entire birthday, month, day, and year, break all the digits down in their single format, add them up, and you're going to get a double digit, which is going to reduce down to a single digit. That's the typical life path numerology. The Vedic numerology, I guess, is going to be having less numbers. Aaron, do you ever plan to decode Antarctica and I'm not even going to say the word. You're the elite. So I'm going to decode you. There's no such thing as the elites. There's only elites because people say so. So I don't give that gas. They're just people. You're the elite. As far as Antarctica, I have one shelved. I looked at the latitude, longitude of some coordinates there, but I haven't really pulled it out. I mean, it's on the shelf. I have it saved in a folder. Any plans to go to your old stomping ground? I'm from Connecticut originally. Any plans to go there? Keith, I'm wondering if it's the Keith that I know. If that's Keith Carpenter, what's up, brother? I don't have any plans to go back there. I'm in Mexico, man. I'm just enjoying paradise. But if I do go back up to that part of the world, it would be in the summer or fall, because I don't do the cold. What are my thoughts on the Yuga cycle? Well, these are all theoretical. I'm sure there's some fact in there if you know and you've seen these cycles. But again, these cycles are so long that no one's been around from the last one into this one. Or maybe they have. Maybe there's some crossover, but I mean, it would still be through text and ancient text and, this and that to try to pass down the information, but you don't even know where that came from. So it's just a big guess. But supposedly we're in the Kali Yuga. The Kali Yuga stage. And no one knows how long this age is going to last. I know a lot of you, and I have said this in many of my other decodes and through podcasts, I've said that, we may be moving into the golden age, but we may not be. Now, again, it's like, well, that's kind of wishy-washy. It is, but what am I going to say here? I can't define that we're going to be moving into the golden age. We just may be headed into the dark age. I don't know. I'm a fan of astrology. I'm a fan of the esoteric. I'm a fan of the cards and the tarot and numbers and symbols and pi and phi and mathematics and sine and cosine waves and trigonometry. And I'm a fan of all this stuff. And if I ended up getting into a laboratory, I would definitely be jumping into electricity and physics and magnetism, and I would do that. But there's really no way to tell what age we're in. It's a big guess. And, because I'm a fan of astrology, I look at what's ruling this reality at this point. Well, let's just hypothetically say that we have left the age of Pisces, but it has been recent that we've done that. And the age of Pisces, I was born in 1973. And back when I was born, even when I was growing up, things were, and I was asleep back then, but I can still look at the contrast, using rotary phones, then we had pagers. Remember the pagers? First they would beep, and then they finally came out with the technology where you could type in and you could read the scrolling text on your pager. That was the advancement of pagers. You can see the technology advancing, but if you go all the way back to when I was born, the technology was so slow compared to now. It's so fast. We're on the threshold of 5G. It's going to be 6G. Where's the bottom here? But the age of Pisces is nothing like the age of Aquarius when you're a fan of astrology and you look at how they're defined. Pisces being the 12th sign, the last sign, the heaviest sign, because it encompasses all the other signs before it. The two fish, which represent the left and right hemisphere of your brain. Is this the end of our brain? If you follow theology, and many people do, the most popular spell book on the world stage, the Holy Bible, that's the most popular. Well, what's the narrative? Well, a lot of people say, well, we're going to move into a paradise. Well, what is that? Could it be a digital paradise? Because right now, what you're looking at is the advancement of technology. And right now you can grab your phone, and many people are doing this. They're creating an avatar digitally, and there's no wrinkles on your face. You can enhance this, enhance that, scrape away this, scrape away that. You can make yourself look perfect. Even in photos, when you take a photo, you have filters and applications to remove things to make yourself look more perfect. That's the technology that we're moving into. So essentially, you can say that we're moving into a digital paradise. And, I say, my opinion is the most popular spell book on the world stage is a book about transhumanism. Is there going to be a fork in the road where you get to make the choice to stay a human being and stay carbon, or move into, to a machine? I think that's a long way down the line. I think that we're already part cyborg. You haven't, this is it. All of you have a cell phone. Many of you are on one right now. I should say all of you have a cell phone, because if you're watching this, you have a computer. I'm sure if you have a computer, and you have a cell phone. So you're part cyborg already. You just haven't admitted that, some of you. You just got to be the master of the technology instead of the technology being the master over you. I mean, I can get along. I still have the beach 2 blocks away, and I go to the beach, and I have this. I'm a cyborg at the beach here in Mexico. If we're going to just have fun with this. But the age of Aquarius, if you know your astrology, it's an air sign. It's not only an air sign, but it's a fixed sign. And it's one of the 4 fixed signs in astrology. It's on the Bible itself, the 4 fixed signs. Why would they be there? Because religion is astrology. That's all it is. So the age of Pisces, I think you're going to see remnants of that. I think you're going to see remnants of the age of Pisces moving into the age of Aquarius. There's a cool show on Netflix. Big shout out to Netflix, Altered Carbon. Right? I kind of got bored. I think I've watched like maybe 6 or 7 episodes. I watched things here or there, but that show, I decoded it, and the whole premise of that show is 300 years into the future. So of course I did the astrological map 300 years into the future, and I broke it down. And the show was showing that there were people that were still human beings, but some of them, their arm got ripped off, and now they have a robotic arm, but you can't tell. If you're somebody who has a prosthetic leg or arm or something like that, and you have the ability to bolt on something robotic to make you walk again without having to use that prosthetic, I guarantee you're going to be in line. You will. See, those of you that don't have anything wrong with your body, you may be against going into man into machine. You may be against it, but not if somebody's got a prosthetic. You'll be signing up. When I remember I was a young buck one day. I was in my prime, and man, nothing hurt. I had no aches and pains, worked out, everything worked cool. Eyesight was great. And then now I'm 50, it's different. I've always had to wear, since I was 10, glasses and contacts, and my eyes aren't getting any better. I know I can sun gaze, but it's believe it or not, it's tough here to do in Mexico because of the cloud cover. But, like my teeth, I didn't get good teeth. As much as I take care of them, just wasn't in my code. Aches and pains, I often joke around. I'm like, this sleeve is used up. I need a new one. What a luxury that would be if we could get a new sleeve. Some of you would be signing up, standing in line for days to get a new body right now. You would. So the age of Aquarius, is this what we're moving into? Are we moving into air, quantum, computer? With Westworld, why did the show come out? It came out in 1973, the movie. You got to take all these things into consideration and just be open-minded and not be so closed off on what the possibilities could be. You'd be like, no, I have to have it this way. Folks, because a lot of you are still living in the Piscean age, your mindset, the way you think, the way you're programmed. We're not, essentially, I think, we're not in it anymore. There's a very good chance we're not in the age of Pisces anymore, which means that things are not going to stay the way they were 20 years ago. They can't. And then for 2,000 years, you're moving into the age of Aquarius, which could be the dark age. Could be. And then you move into the age of Capricorn, and Capricorn is ruled by, straight up ruled by Kronos. And Capricorn is an earth sign. So maybe we then transition into back being into human beings fully again. But for 2,000 years, we have to make amends with the machine. I don't know. That's just my thoughts on this. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not throwing it down your throat. I'm just saying is be open to the possibilities instead of being closed off. Because if you don't know astrology, like if you're not a fan of astrology, well, it doesn't mean astrology doesn't work. Jordan's in the house. Jordan's in the house, and his words are Ridge Wallet. Oh my God, Jordan, you cracked me up, bro. That's an inside joke for Jordan and I. Ridge Wallet. That's pretty funny. Cyborg at the beach equals 143. That's pretty funny. So I'm reading some of your comments. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm just suggesting, some of you are like, you just are resisting the change that's coming. It's kind of like you're still holding onto your pager. It's like the analogy is some of you are like, no way, man, I'm not going to get a cell phone. I like my rotary phone with the long cord that I walk around my kitchen. That's 20 feet long. So I can talk on the phone with my friends. Some of you are living in that reality. You're resisting the change. Like, you don't run this reality, folks. You're just renting space here. That's why having like Buddha said it great, man. Attachment is the root of all suffering. When you have attachments, and you can't not do that because you're looking for love, man, in this reality. You're chasing ass from a sexual point of view. The male chases the female chases the male. That's how this reality works. And then you procreate because the game needs players. But you got to be open to the times that are going to be changing and moving, because they're not going to stay rotary phone and pager forever, folks. They're not. It's like so many people are just like resisting cryptocurrency, but it's like, what's so evil about it? There's no difference. Who gives a shit how you spend your money and how you earn it? Who cares? Go out there and be a creator. Go maximize your life. Start earning. Trust me, man. Some of you are born to work with money. Some of you are born to make millions of dollars. If that tickles your funny bone, you're like, oh my God, yeah, I really feel that. And you're not there, then at least you know you're not there. But then if you feel that, and then you go confirm it in your code, and your code kind of just pushes and nudges you towards that, then go do that then. And then when you make your millions of dollars, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Human says, NASA gives us an image of Saturn. What if the picture is actually a zoomed out picture of Earth? Well, I can tell you this, Human. I've watched and seen plenty of amateur astronomy videos. Plenty of people with telescopes that have zoomed in on Saturn, and it shows the rings. Now, we could just definitely be theoretical here and say, well, it's just an image in the sky. It's just a hologram. But there's no way to prove that. That's just a theory. But again, I've watched plenty of videos from amateur astronomers that are not from NASA. They're independent. They own telescope. Go buy a telescope. You can go see it yourself. You can see the rings of Saturn. You can see Jupiter, Mars. You can see them all. And I know some people, they show the pictures of this sparkly star, and it looks like it's through water. Yeah, well, that's because the resolution's shit. For some of the stuff, because if you zoom in and you get Saturn, you can see the rings there. You can see them. Now again, we could purely speculate. Is it real? Is it a hologram? I don't know. No idea. We don't know. But I believe that the reality that we live in, Earth is underwater, so to speak. It's an egg shape, which is where you're going to get your globe. That's why I think it's ridiculous for people just to fight the globe, because the globe got its own set of standards. That would be the firmament that's wrapped around the Earth that protects it. and that's probably what's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, is the protective layer around the earth. So I'm not going to get into that whole thing, that FE stuff, man. I'm not interested. It's all division garbage. It's not even important. Not unless it changes our reality. Not unless you find out there's other lands beyond this and the ice wall. But if you're, people that are into this stuff, we've gotten to the point now, through intelligence and logic and discernment, that if you're somebody who's on board with the flat earth, then go create an entourage of people and then make a trip beyond the ice wall. And I know, people are going to say, well, we'll get shot down. Well, then no one's ever going to find out. So until somebody has the balls, and I'm just being very raw here, until somebody has the courage to draw up a whole bunch of people and say, hey, you want to sign up to go? And you get a whole bunch of people to go. What are they going to do? Shoot everybody? Live on television? See, there's got to be technology where you can actually film this live. They ain't going to shoot everybody. But nobody's attempting to do that. Everybody just wants to sit there and talk about these ideas. Okay, been there, done that. Okay, that's fine. That's great. That's old news now. Now what? Now what are we going to do? Now you got to go there to figure it out. Now the next step is go on an adventure. I mean, how can Admiral Byrd get way the hell down there, but no one else can come close when you have way better technology now? Things just don't, people just don't use critical thinking. That's just my take on it. Yeah, you can't go there. UN treaty. Well, then this is what I would do. I would get a shitload of people, and then I would get all sign a piece of paper, and then I would get in contact with the UN treaty and said, guess what? We're going there. All of us, all 1,000 of us are going to the ice wall. We're coming. That's it. We're coming. It's our land just as much as yours. I don't follow your rules. We are coming to that ice wall, period. And you got to have the technology and you film it. They're not going to shoot everybody down. They're not going to kill everybody. That's crazy. But people say, why don't you? I have no interest in doing it. I don't care. I'm too busy creating things in this reality. Too much space to do things in this reality at this point. But the people that are gung-ho about it and crazy about it, and they want to go do something about it. That'd be your next step. It's like people saying, yeah, man, I'm a great cook. And then people tell you, yeah, you're a great cook. And man, you should start a restaurant. Yeah, but I'm a great cook. I make the best food. But you never do anything with it. Go open your damn restaurant. So if you think flat earth is such a big thing, if you think it is the greatest thing since sliced bread, if you think it's the absolute truth, then go get 1,000 people and go freaking prove it. Nobody's done that because everybody's too afraid. Everybody's too afraid of these rules and regulations, all this crap. Yeah, non-compliant. They're even using these words, non-compliance. Like, what do I have to comply for what? Why do you I don't follow your rules. You made those rules up. And then you enforce them with your guns and your whatever. I'm going to bring 1,000 people. You're going to shoot me live on television? I guarantee you that wouldn't happen. People back out. They don't have the courage to do it because they think that they're going to get shot down. That's just the way I look at it, man. That's the way I look at it. But anyway, I don't want to get into the FE because it's old news. Bigger things to talk about. Like going to the moon. So Elizabeth said it's better than believing in a spinning. So this will be my last comment about this. So I want to. Elizabeth said, nothing wrong with people exploring the flat earth and ice wall. It's better than believing in a spinning ball. Well, again, like I said, if you do your logic and discernment, what is the spinning ball? It's the firmament that protects this reality. So essentially, that's why you can measure using the globe with the latitude, longitude, and the placements on the map. That's why it works. That's why it works. These coordinates, they work using that. There are so many mysteries about these topics that we just don't know. And I don't think you'll ever know. Like, I would love to fly up as high as I could go to see it for myself. That'd be cool. See, like I said, I'm a doubting Thomas. I've seen plenty of the amateur balloons that go up, but you just can't tell. I would need to go up myself. Anyway, I was talking about the planets and the solar system and all, these terminologies that we use, but it's like, it's just a big atom. If you look at an atom, you have the electrons and the photon, and it's seemingly what the planets are. And are we just living inside of an egg, and the egg is going to create an embryo, and the embryo is created through our thoughts, the collective consciousness. And inside this embryo that gets created, it shoots up and ends up creating another planet. That may be the way it works. Opie Land, anything we need to know that shock you about the Corona King? All right, so let me give you guys a little sneak peek. Let me give you guys and gals a sneak peek. Hold on. I actually have a few here. So let me take you on a little trip. All right. Let's get this out of the way. All right. So I'm going to show you guys some of my sneak peeks coming up. Okay, here we go. So let's start with this one right here. So this one is going to be this Corona King decoded. And I've had this one shelved for a while. I just kind of revived it. And, as fate would have it, right? I did my last decode was on DNA. And how this is all scripted. And then this thing being part of the script. So I'm just going to jump into the start of this here. And I want to show you how scripted this reality is. And this one right here, some of you, your jaw will be on the floor. All right. We're having fun though. Okay. Your jaw will be on the floor with this. I was really impressed with what I'm about to show you. So this word, I'm not going to say it just because I don't know if I'm going to, for whatever, I'm just going to point it out. Actually, let me get my cursor. All right. Okay, so this word right here, the definition of it, all right, is right here. And then it goes down to the etymology of it. So I started to research this, and I saw that the word was introduced by a group of virologists in the magazine called Nature. Okay, and it came out on November 16th, 1968. All right. So here's the jaw on the floor moment, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to circle this date right here. November 16th, 1968. Here's the card that is tied to the November 16th date. It is the Four of Clubs. The Four of Clubs. Four meaning the cube, the square, tied to Pandora's box. And here is the big takeaway, ladies and gentlemen. I've now circled it. Look at what the definition of this is. It is a club-shaped spike protein. Well, what card is November 16th card where this first came out in this Nature magazine? The 4 of clubs. And then you can see, here it is, blown up. What do you see out there, sticking out there? They're all little clubs. How amazing. Jaw on the floor moment for me when I found this. For me, I was really impressed. Oh, there's all the clubs. Well, it's right there on the card, ladies and gentlemen. All tied to the day that this was first released. This magazine is a British magazine, London-based, 51 degrees north, 51 tied to antimony. All right, and this is the 17th card in the deck. So I'm going to cross-reference that now with the tarot, and here it is. The 4 of clubs becomes the 4 of wands. The 4 of wands is card number 26. So we have 17 and 26. And then keep your eyes up here to the right. We now have these words in numerology that match up with these cards and this topic. We have the source code 26. We have the original spelling of the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh in the Hebrew, 26. And then we have the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh in the Chaldean, 17, matching the 17th card with when this first came out in 1968. 19. Remember, what is this thing called? The C19, 1968. 68 is tied to erbium. Erbium is tied to the tetragrammaton, which is this. So what do you think created the corona? The source did. This did. And it can't be any other way. The word house, the house always wins, like the casino. So the house is 26, the source is 26, Adam and Eve are 26. What's the 26th element in the periodic table? Iron. And this was another big takeaway right here. The King James Version of the Bible, the most popular spell book on the world stage, it came out in 1611. And what day did this magazine come out on? 1116, which is a permutation of the 1611. It's just mirrored. See, this book and this whole thing is all tied to transhumanism, ladies and gentlemen. The whole thing. All right? I hope you have the eyes to see this. And then you get into this guy, right? This guy right here. And, this guy right here, his birthday matches the birthday of the first prepper of the first published New Testament in 1516. This guy right here. Same birthday. And this guy. How big is this guy on this whole entire topic? Well, here's the last slide I'm going to show you. Okay, this was the humdinger of them all. So I decided to look at his birthday and do the timestamp in between when this magazine came out with the first mention of this topic. And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, how many days in between October 28th, which is Gates' birthday, and November 16th, the article came out on? 19 days. And it's what? 19. So I'm going to pose a question here to all of you. Do you think, he was 12 years old when this magazine came out. Do you think he was sitting at home and he was in cahoots with Nature magazine in London at 12 years old and had to make sure that they published this on the 16th of November because it was 19 days in between his birthday and the release date of this magazine? And they're going to call it that? Ladies and gentlemen, that is absolute insanity thinking. No, you see, he is incarnated to do his job. You may not like his job. You may not like him. But you got to take into consideration, he came into this world and he created Microsoft, which is computers. Then he moves into medicine. So now you take medicine and computers and you bring those two words together, and what do you get? What do you get when you combine computers, technology, and medicine? Transhumanism. Hello? It's a freaking no-brainer. This is such an obvious thing here, ladies and gentlemen, with this. All right? Such an obvious thing. Woo! I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it was pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. What if he was polished for this job? It doesn't matter if he was polished. It doesn't matter if he was trained. He's being used. Go check out my MK Ultra Decoded. The guys that were behind the MK Ultra, their minds were not their own. Their minds were being used. It's just a fractal. I'm not going to say prove. I don't like using that word. I supported what I'm saying with my opinion. I'm supporting it. MK Ultra. The people that were involved with creating that program, their minds were being used. They were being MK Ultra'd. By what? Well, the supernatural. It's running this reality. Because it ain't man, it ain't woman running this reality. Nope. Through almost 400 videos now showing the same patterns. Supernatural. I mean, there you have it. Bam! All right. Anyways, that was for fun. Anyway, I mean, folks, I mean, like I said, I just pulled that decode out. I was like I said, why I went from DNA, and then I pulled out, and I got blood type. I'm going to be decoding blood type. It's actually going to be called Blood Sun. I have a decode coming out called Blood Sun. Blood Sun. So these are all going to be coming out. Corona King, Blood Sun, and I got this decoding short on the baby. What it means to be a baby. How do we all get here? Why are we here? What's going on? The placenta, the umbilical cord, and the baby, that trifecta, that says it all. The placenta is what feeds the baby through the umbilical cord. It's pretty amazing, man. I mean, it's just amazing. Elizabeth, when you decode, it's always in the English language. No, it's not. I decode Hebrew. I decode Greek. I decode Russian. I decode Spanish. Go check. I've decoded Dios, which is the word for God in Spanish. Go check out my Dios Decoded. There was tons of Spanish in there. It's all the same. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what language you want to use. It's going to, these words are going to obviously going to come out different through the various spellings. But if you start to connect the dots and you can start to see that whatever's running this reality owns it all. It's a big Ponzi scheme, which is interesting because tonight's What's Your Question is number 53 and the word Ponzi scheme equals 53. That's what this reality is all about. Can't get mad at it. That has negative connotations to the word Ponzi scheme, but that's what this reality is. You know, at one point in time, there was only one religion. Now there's over 10 freaking thousand. Why? Why are there over 10,000? Have you ever postulated these questions in your mind and used critical thinking? Why are there 10,000 religions? What happened to the first one? Well, you would probably say, well, what do you think the best one is? What's the best religion? Out of all 10,000 plus, which one is the best one? Now let's start with that question. Let's do some critical thinking. What would you say is the most important, the best, the most accurate religion on the world stage? Which one would it be? Out of all 10,000 plus? Well, you're going to have an answer to that, right? Maybe like, oh, I don't know. You see, then you'd have to figure out what's the first one. And of course, then you would say, well, okay, if that's the first one, then that one's probably the closest to the truth and the source because it's the very first one. That's critical thinking. That one doesn't have as much, it's not tainted if you get the true source of it. But that's not how this reality works. There's over 10,000 religions because people have opinions. People don't like the way that one is. And everybody thinks they got it figured out. If you're over in the Far East, you may be a Buddhist or Hinduism. You think that you're right. You think it's Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. Maybe you're a fan of that trifecta. And the Devas and the Asuras. And that's what your truth is. And if I put you in a room with somebody who studies Christianity, you're going to say, no, it's God. Or then you say, well, it's Yahweh. Or, okay, well then who's right? Then you would bring someone in who studies the Quran. Well, no, it's Allah. And Muhammad's the best. And then then you tack on that person. And then you now have a room full of people that all have different beliefs and they all think they're right. Essentially, and a lot of these people, if they're not, highly conscious of their reality, they're gonna be egoic about it. They'll be in their mind, they'll be thinking, these people are idiots. Their ship's gonna sink. See, I hope by now all of you are not that kind of way of thinking. That it's got to be this way, or if you don't do it this way, you're screwed. I got a big shout out to Ahmed. I have another podcast coming out. I have to actually get in touch with him. Ahmed from London, who I did a podcast with on planetary intelligence. And he messaged me the other day about the Quran. He wants to dive more deep into the Quran. So he says, hey, no one's ever been able to break this code. So he asked me to take a look at it. So I did. And I'm going to show all of you my disc. I didn't even know there was a riddle in that. Or somebody created a riddle in the Quran. But clearly, it's all pointing to the same origin. So it doesn't matter what you want to call it. And that's not being disrespectful. I think, what do you call the creator of this reality? I would say there's no name to call the creator of this reality. You can't. Once you define and put a label and have an ID tag to God in this reality, now you're not talking about the thing that created everything. Maybe you can put the ID tag on maybe what created Earth or the trees or the ocean. But I don't think you can define what created the creation. TJ saying, ask the Jesuits, they created the Quran. Nice theory. Maybe. Adonai and Yaldabaoth are the same. Yeah, see, so Yaldabaoth it's on the Crowley Tower card. So Aleister Crowley, he says, this is his truth, that Yaldabaoth, the Gnostic demiurge, which is a Christian sect, which is the ruler of this reality, that created this reality, is tied to this card right here. Because on the Crowley deck, you're going to see Yaldabaoth in the corner. And if you go into the Quran, straight up in the Quran, it says in there that Allah is the Lord of Sirius. Right in the Quran. Allah is it says it's the Lord of. Doesn't say it is Sirius, it's the Lord of Sirius. Sirius is 16. The tower card is the 16th card. Shiva equals 16. The tower's very destructive. Yaldabaoth is 29, tied to copper, and it's tied to the devil. Check out my exit decoded. Copper's tied to our DNA. So for me, I can summarize and say with great confidence that Ra and Allah and Rahu and Lib-Ra and the Yod-Heh-Vav and the Yahweh and the Tetragrammaton and the Jesus and Muhammad and, all these concepts, they're all the wardrobe of the architect. It owns them all. All of them. It's a Ponzi scheme. And I mean that with a light heart and fun, not in a demeaning way. That's with respect to whatever created this reality. It owns everything. But I can tell you right now, Allah is Yaldabaoth. They're one and the same. Allah is 13 in numerology. 13 is the death card in the major arcana, and then it's the King of Hearts in the cards of illumination. See, a lot of you, look at Marduk and Hermes, like all these names, like they're just the list. It's just a laundry list of titles and names that people. And again, why are there 10,000 plus religions? What's the first one that ever came? Have you ever researched the first one? And it will probably just come down to an opinion. It's not going to be a 1 + 1 = 2. You know, I see a lot of people like, and you know. I want to just encourage you here as a decoder to maybe take a look at how you're wording your opinion. You know, I see a lot of people, wow, they're Masonic or they're part of this and that. Well, do you know them? Well, no, you don't know this person. You're just guessing. You don't have credible knowledge. You're guessing. It's your opinion and you're just guessing. Now, unless you have the inside secret, unless you're having dinner with these people and you know and you've been to their, whatever they're doing, unless you know that for a fact, it's just an opinion. I got plenty of opinions. Doesn't mean that it's going to be 1 + 1 = 2. That's why I put in front of my videos, these are my opinions and truths. It's my disclaimer. So, you know, these terminologies that people use, you know, it's this and it's that. It's a great thing to talk about, but let's just, you know, if it's a duck, it's in your opinion. You don't have solidified proof that that's a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. Like I had done a decode on Matthew Groening from The Simpsons, and you know, oh, he's a Mason. Well, do you know? Are you hanging out with him? Are you buddies with him? Have you been to? Do you know that for a fact? No, you don't. So you're just, there's so many people out there, and this is me being an asshole right now, that many of you are just professional regurgitators. You read something, you hear something, and then you just regurgitate it. I mean, we all do it. So I'm not saying I'm immune to it. We're all professional regurgitators. It's just what level are you going to be at? That's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, like do your due diligence. Like a lot of these opinions you have, this person's this person belongs to that group. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just saying your opinion. You have no proof of anything. What you read in the book doesn't make it true. What your neighbor tells you doesn't make it true. What makes it true? Be a doubting Thomas. Go really fact check it. Go out there and rub elbows. Go to one of their meetings. If you can actually go to something and touch it, smell it, feel it, see it, well, then it becomes 1 + 1 = 2. Then you can go out there and tell people, well, this person's that. But until you have this information, man, you're just regurgitating an opinion. That's all you got. I know some of you are not going to like me for that. That's totally fine. I'm not here to make friends. I mean, I'm just here to give you my truth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying, but think about it. Use critical thinking about what I'm saying here. Is what you're saying, is it credible? Really stop and think about what you're putting out onto the world stage and how you're actually saying it. How you're actually posting it. See, I'm going to suggest that if you're going to regurgitate things, or let's not even use that word, if you're going to be somebody who is going to decode things and you're going to put your information out on the world stage, I'm going to encourage you, or the next time you have a conversation with somebody, I'm going to encourage you to look at it like you're inside of a courtroom. And you have a jury sitting over there. And you're the prosecuting attorney, or you're the defense attorney, and you have to present the case to the jury. What are you presenting? See, opinions don't win cases. Opinions do not win court cases, folks. Discovery and evidence does. And then, yes, sometimes smooth talking, but it's evidence. What you bring to the table. And a lot of people, they have nothing to bring to the table but an opinion. So it blows my mind. I get a lot of it too. Like people coming to my channel saying that this and that, and they're just giving me the heat. And then I go to their channel, they have no videos. Well, this person's a windbag. It's just funny. To me, it's a windbag. Thanks for sharing your wind, and then I'm just going to block you. So thanks for doing me the favor. Folks, I hope you've gotten rid of your cancer in your life. Like, I hope you're getting rid of your toxicity in your life. It's not the easy way out. It's the best thing to do. When somebody's coming at you with the heat and it's garbage heat and it's all wind, get rid of it. Save you the trouble. Don't need to go in there because, you could easily go in there and cause division and just go, oh yeah, well, I'll tell it. Well, you're wrong and I'm going to tell you this and then. Wouldn't you just rather just be calm and just block them out, cut them out? Now instead of taking the 10 minutes you were to go put them on blast, now you're taking the time to go create something beautiful. It's a much better win. So YJ says, I regurgitate nothing. I form hypothesis and then present them for others to analyze. I would imagine that's what you meant to say. Okay, great. That's cool. It's cool that you have a hypothetical situation, but what do you have for support? Like, what are your documents? What are your videos? What do you got to show for, if you're going to present somebody a hypothesis, what do you have to support? So rather than just type away and say, well, I learned this, I read this book and I can't, that's totally fine if that's what you want to do and you want to put it out. But see, people want support for that. Again, look at it like you're in a court. So when you're gathering all your data and you're decoding, what do you have for support? That's like, if this is how I roll. This is how I do it. When I decode, I'm very meticulous. Connecting the dots, showing you these things. That's how I do it. That's my support. So it's great to be an analyzer and a decoder and break this stuff down. But what do you have to support your opinion? That's what it really comes down to. As I say, opinions suck. Opinions with support, they suck a little bit less. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. Maybe you weren't here, Opieland. My course will be coming. I'm shooting for this year, and I know that's very vanilla. And it's like, well, that could be between now and the end of the year, but that's what I got for you. So I got some big stuff in the work with Jordan, and it's kind of following in suit with that. So stay tuned. Randy says, Logan, you do regurgitate what you believe. I do, Randy, but the difference, a lot of the stuff that I'm saying here, yes, I'm just throwing my opinion out there, but the opinion I'm throwing out there, Randy, is based upon all the research that I've done and I have supported through the 380 plus videos that I have on my channel. That's my support. So yes, we all regurgitate. But I say that if you're going to put your opinion out there, support it. So my channel is my support. There's a difference between just saying your opinion and supporting it. My channel is my support. So, Randy, what do you have to support your opinion? That would be my question back to you. Right? Again, all of you, all that matters is your truth no matter what. No matter what, all that matters is your opinion. That's it. I'm just stating my opinion. I am striving to get to the 1 + 1 = 2. Which is why I put the support out there. It's different when you come on and you do these podcasts and you talk, like we're talking right now. And I just went and showed all of you the sneak peek of my Corona King Decoded. That's my support. That's not regurgitating anything. That's taking information and showing you the support behind my opinion. There's a big difference between that. Elizabeth said, your opinion could be wrong for others. It could be. I've said this many times, and I'll say it again. And I'll use myself as the example, since I'm in the hot seat here. If I took all my truths from my brain and I laid them out all on the table here, and then somebody were to come in and look them over and to grade me on them, like 1 + 1 = 2, I already know, and I can be authentic enough to say that everything laid out on the table is not going to be accurate. There will be some discrepancies in there. There will be some things that are not correct. There will be things out of place. But that can be said for everybody here. See, but the thing is that everybody thinks they got it figured out. But if we laid out all your truths on the table, not everything would be figured out. That is why I continually have said, make the truth your own. Your truth, not mine. Your truth. Your truth is the truth you go to bed with. Some of you are going to go to bed tonight, you're like, man, Logan's full of shit. That's your truth. That's all that matters, though. I actually don't want everybody to agree with me here. I'm not looking to form a cult. I'm not looking to get followers. I'm not a guru. I'm not claiming to be a guru. I'm a researcher. I'm a decoder. I'm a scientist. But I don't have it all figured out. All that matters is what you believe, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. But if we go tit for tat, if we're laying out our truths, I would expect you to show up like a court case. What's your discovery look like? What do you got? Convince the jury. That's how I roll, man. Convince the jury. What are your truths? Like I said, all that matters is your truth. But if we're going to show up to court and we're going to go tit for tat here, what are you going to present to the jury as your truth? Well, it's going to be this, and this is the way it works, and this person's that, and okay, where's your discovery? Where's your exhibits? Where's your support? Where's your paperwork? Where's your documents? See, many people in this world, they have nothing other than just what they put out of their mouth. I'm not into that stuff. Yes, I definitely am somebody who puts out a lot of theories, things to think about, things to think about. And I say that I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it's a possibility. See, there's a difference when you put a disclaimer out there. It's possible this is true. This is a possibility. Take this into consideration. This is a suggestion. That's much different than just saying, oh, well, he's this and he's that. There's a big difference on the way you speak your spells, folks. Elizabeth, this isn't a cult. No. I mean, if you want to label it as that, that's your truth. But I mean, I don't think this is a cult. This is a channel. This is a YouTube channel. This is called What's Your Question? We definitely can define it that way. And then your question, why am I here? Well, I don't know. Why are you here? So here's something I can answer. So each day is a choice 45. Curious about your thoughts on our thyroid's ability to emit a light frequency to communicate with the potassium-based orzo crystals in our gut brain. You're talking about something I couldn't answer. Not educated. I'm ignorant in that area. Some of you, some of you need some love in your life. I would hope that you're here because you enjoy listening to content, reading content, tickling your mind, scratching your mind a little bit, getting you to thinking content. We're going to have fun with this. But again, I'm just going to go right back to the same thing. Your truth is all the truth that matters, not mine. As long as you can get that part of it, then you're free. Once you start engaging in debating and arguing, you're not free. Now you're not free anymore. Now you've just put yourself into a box. Will you decode Mary Magdalena? I've already decoded Mary Magdalena a little bit in my Society of Jesus Decoded. Check that one out. What's up, Miriam? Appreciate your support. I know you've been here for quite a while. What does 37 represent in numerology? Well, 37 is going to be tied to the Jack of Diamonds card, the Jack in the Box card, but the 37 is going to be tied to the 3 and the 7. So I look at these numbers as a complete package. So 37 is a mirror of the 73, right? But it's the 37, the 3 and the 7. The 3 comes first. So it's creation. 3 means creation. 3 is the pulse of light and the transverse electromagnetic wave chasing behind it. If you look at a card that has a 3 on it, let me find you one so you can, because we think in pictures. Here we go. Here's the Lover's card. You see the 3 entities on that card? You see the male and the female and then the Godhead at the top. The Godhead represents the pulse of light and the male and female represent the transverse electromagnetic wave that chases the pulse of light. That's the Trinity. In this example, that's the 3. 3 is going to be tied to the house of Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is very curious. Mercury is tied to the caduceus, the 2 serpents. So it's there on the card again. You have the 2 serpents. It's going to be the transverse electromagnetic wave. And this trinity is going to be all about creating things, giving birth to things. And then it has the 7 after it, 37. 7 is tied to the crown, Libera, the scales, the critic. So you have the creator through criticism, the creator through critiquing, the creator through the crown. If you study the days of theology and the expressions of that, the days of earth and the creation of man and the birds and the bees, 6 days, which would stop at the third eye, stops at carbon, which is essentially this card. And then the 7, that's the crown. What is the 7th day? It's the day of rest and reflection. Because now you're studying the previous 6 days before you. So if you're the God and you create this reality and you're resting on the 7th day, what would you be doing? You'd be looking over your creation, wondering what needs to be corrected, what needs to be changed. So the 7 is the analyst. If you're a 7 life path, you're an analyst. Your job is designed to analyze life, to be the critic of life. And as long as you're being in harmony and balance and you're not being too much ego, well, then you'll have a very good experience with being this analyst, this spiritual analyst. 37, 3 is the creator, the communicator. If you have a 3 life path, the creator, the communicator, someone who is going to be really good at artistic endeavors because it involves the Trinity. 37. And the same goes for the 73. And that 37 is going to reduce down to the number 1, which means that it's going to be living through leadership. So creation through analyzation and leadership. That's what the 37 means through numerology. Stephen, can you get Randy out of here, please? Because he's just being, he hasn't figured out how this reality works. Just, can you get rid of him? Actually, I'll just take care of it. Maybe when he comes back, I put him on timeout. If he comes back, he'll grow up a little bit. Just don't want that kind of energy in here, man. Just like trying to be a debater and no, you're wrong, and it's just. Elizabeth, yes, 73. This 37 is a mirror of the 73. So if we just take the numbers and we look at them side by side, they're going to be mirrored, right? But the 7 and the 3 are still going to have their expressions, and it wouldn't be different from the perspective of the 37, other than the 7 would come first. So analyzation through creation, or creation through analyzation, depending on how you look at that. But they're both going to be servicing the number 1. Any composite number through the rules of numerology, from my research, this is my opinion now, how I see it, right, is that these composite numbers, 24, 2 plus 4 equals 6. 25, 2 plus 5 equals 7. So essentially reducing down, which is what most numerologists will do, you'll have your life path number, you'll reduce down to a single digit. So the single digits are the rulers of the double digits and the triple digits and the quadruple digits, et cetera, et cetera. Everything's going to reduce down essentially to the 1 through 9. 9 is the great repeater number. If you have a 9 life path, it's the life path of a humanitarian. If you have a 9 birthday, you're going to have the humanitarian trait sprinkled in there. 9 life path, man, is a code of someone who came here to be a humanitarian in some way, some shape, or some form. Because 9 is the great repeater. Any number you attach to the 9, it's going to repeat it. That's why essentially all these numerology ciphers work. That's why essentially all the decoding that we're doing all fits together. Because that 9 is a repeater and everything connects to the 9 and the 9 just regurgitates. The 9 is the regurgitator, the number 9. The word 9 equals 20. The word duality equals 20. The word birthday equals 20 in numerology, all in Chaldean numerology. So I'll look at all you great decoders with your life paths. I love it. 1 life path, leadership, 9 life path, humanitarian. You know, like if you just go through, I've done this before, but let's have some fun. And I'm just going to do it to the single digits because we can do the doubles and then we can get into other cards and stuff like that. But let me get to the single digits. 7. Through the tarot. 2, 1. Hang on, folks. Hang on. 6, 10. No, that won't be. Oh, you got your 22, actually. Hang on. I'm almost there. 8. That's the 4. Okay. 22, 33. Be the Page of Wands. And hang on. I'm almost there. That's the Page of Wands. And then 11's Justice. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through the tarot one by one, and I'm going to run through these as quick as I can. Hopefully I don't get stuck on 11, 22, 8, 9, 6, 1, 2. Oh, I'm missing the Empress. 4, 5. Hang on, folks. I'm almost there. Just give me a second. Jeez, okay. So, 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay, here we go. All right, so here we go, folks. This is what it looks like from taking numerology, synchronizing it with the tarot. Okay, so if you're a oh shit, I didn't get my magician. If you're a 1 life path, those of you that are 1 life paths, leadership. If you have a 1 birthday, you're going to have leadership in there. You can even take your name, your full name numerology, and you can see how many 1s you have in your name. What the hell is... So again, we think in pictures, so I'm trying to get the damn card. I don't know where the heck it is. Okay, there it is. So the 1 life path, your soul contract's the 1 life. Your birthday, all the single digits add up to the number 1, reduced down. Could be the 10, could be the 28 or something like that. But if it reduces down to the 1, you're a 1 life path. The 1 in numerology means numero uno, the first, the leader. If you're a 1 birthday, you're probably going to be highly competitive. If you're a 1 life path, you may be competitive. But in the tarot, it's the magician. This is the very first card. Fits in the first house. So if you're a 1 life path and you go to your astrological chart, both Vedic and Western, are there any planets in your first house? It's going to make you more dominant in that area. It's tied to your rising sign. So everybody has the magician now, but if you're a 1 life path, it's going to be suitable to you. You're a magician. You're somebody who is the leader. If you go into a think tank, you're going to be the person with the ideas. Your job is to forge the path. That's the one life path. And then if you move into the 2, now you get into Taurus, the 2 horns, the bull god. Now you're dealing with currency. But 2 deals in astrology, it's tied to Venus, the ruler of Taurus. Procreation, because it means 2, more than 1. So 2 life path, those of you that have 2 life path, it's going to be also tied to the 11 life path, but it's going to be tied to working with people, working with other people, expanding in groups of other people. Not wanting to be by yourself, because now you have 2. It's you and somebody else. See, if you're a 1 life path, you're totally fine working by yourself. Like I said, you may prefer to do that. I'm not saying it's going to be absolute for everybody, but you get into the high priestess for the 2. And you have the energy of the high priestess, the oracle, to work with people. It's a very interesting, this is a very challenging card to try to figure out and interpret. See the 2 pillars on there? She's got the moon at her feet, Pluto in her head, the Torah in her hand. These are heavily influenced by Jewish mysticism, by the way. So that's the 2 life path. If you're a 2 life path, awesome. You can be the 11. If those of you that are an 11 life path, those of you that have 11, 22, or 33, you're going to be 2 life paths. 11 is going to reduce down to the 2. Okay? If you have a 3 life path, you got to look to your 3rd house in astrology, both Western and Vedic. Do you have any planets there? What's the zodiac sign on the outskirts ruling over that? What are the nakshatras in there? It's going to be tied to Gemini. Gemini is going to be ruled by Mercury. If you have a 3 life path, you're here to communicate. You're here to use your mouse, your voice. You're not your mouse, your mouth. Your voice, your eyes, creativity. Be an artist, a writer, a musician, an actor. And it's this Empress. She gives birth. She's the 3rd card in the deck. She gives birth to things. This camera's not picking this up. She gives birth to things. 3 life path. So you are here to create through the senses. And Mercury, the 2 serpents that chase the pulse of light. Okay, you create. And of course, on your life paths, you got to take into consideration the map of astrology. So if you're a 1 life path, across the way is Libra, the 7th sign, which is the analyst. So you're a leader, but you're going to be leading through the analyzation of life. If you're a 2 life path, you're going to be Taurus, and across the way is Scorpio. So you could be working with people and helping people heal, because Scorpio represents the Kundalini and the rising of the Kundalini, and working with people on healing things. If you're a 3 life path, you're going to be at the Empress. You're going to be a communicator, a creator. Across the way is Sagittarius, which is representing the higher mind. The number 9, humanitarianism. So if you're a 3 life path, you're here to create, but you probably want to look at the 9th house. You want to create through humanitarianism. Some way to help the world make this place better, utopia. I would imagine that's all of you are here to do. You work for Team Yoda, right? If you're a 4 life path, you're the teachers, the builders. 4 means the cube. Okay? 4 means the cube, the four faces. It also represents the north, south, east, and west. It's the cube that squares the circle. So you're a teacher, a builder. 4 life path. I bet a lot of you 4 life paths are know-it-alls. And it's the emperor, the king. So the 3 is the queen, and the king is 4. Okay? Because the queen creates, and the king squares the creation. Because ladies and gentlemen, I mean, look, if you're a female, you rule this reality. Us males, we screw it up. All right, we screw it up. Females are more compassionate. Not saying you can't be compassionate if you're a male. It's not what I'm saying, but it's pretty obvious the females have more of the compassion, the love, the understanding. And the queen gets what she wants, right? She'll just, like, the king is not running. I mean, the king on the chessboard is the weakest piece, but it's the piece you got to put in checkmate. The queen's the strongest piece. So it's the queen that runs the reality. It just, whispers into the king's ear. The 3 whispers into the ear of the 4 and says, can you please do this for me, please? And if you're a man, you're like, okay, honey. So the 4 is the builder, but it's influenced by the 3, the creator. So you work good with that. And across the way from the 4 is Capricorn, Saturn, and the Wheel of Fortune. The builder, the cornucopia, the builder of the cornucopia. Then you move into the 5. If you're a 5 life path, we already talked about this. This is the person who is a very busy body. 5 is the busiest number there is. It sits in the middle of your dial pad. It looks like the letter S. S is tied to the sun. The sun is the ruler of the 5th house of astrology, which is Leo the lion. You get Regulus, the regulator in there. And then you get the Hierophant, which is the Pope, which is the sun in man. It's the sun incarnating into man. This is you. This is me. If you're a 5 life path, you're here to be the adventurer. You don't like limitations. You need a lot of space. You're very independent. You don't like to be told what to do, especially you 5s. You got to find a partner who will understand this 5 life path. And across the way from the 5 is going to be the 11, which is Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus and is going to be the sign of the justice. So when you're going to be this adventurer, man, you're seeking justice. I hope if you work for Team Yoda anyway, if you work for the Utopia. Then you move into the 6th life path. 6th life path is wrapped around the 6th house of astrology, which is Virgo, the Virgin, the last day of creation, Carbon, 666, the Lover's card. If you have any kind of if you have anything in your 6th house and you know what you're looking for, a lot of you, like, you know, probably have family there. You can see the family, like you were born to have the family there. But 6th life path, I say, my opinion is you're here to master something. If you have any planetary influence in your 6th house, that to me is your legacy house, house of legacy. Last day of creation. It's perfection. It's legacy. That's why health is there. But the 6th life path is going to be the opposite of 12, which is Pisces, ruled by Jupiter/Neptune. And that will be the Hangman, surrendering to your legacy. Okay, with the 6th life path. Then the 7th life path is going to be Libra. In astrology, is going to be the Chariot. And it's fast moving. You see the scales are represented by the yin yang, the sphinxes in front of this chariot. Now this card, of course, when you get it in a reading, it means things are moving quickly, depending on how you kind of correlate it to other cards. But the 7th life path are the analysts. You're moving through the air, the chariot's moving around and it's looking over everything. You're the analyst, the spiritual analyst, if you will. The critic. Because that's what the crown does. It analyzes everything below it. And the opposite of the 7th house is the 1st house. So you have leadership intertwined with that. You have Mars energy there. Libra and tied to Aries, the ram. Then you move into the house number 8 and the 8 life path. Some of you here are the 8 life path. I'm an 8 life path. It's tied to Scorpio. So if you have any influence in Scorpio, it's going to be double duty for you. But you're here to deal with power. 8 means power. It's essentially 8 is 2 zeros together. 2 of them. And it makes your, here's the number 8 right there. Okay? It's past, present, and future, which equals 79 in numerology. But Scorpio's got the tail, the stinger. And it represents power. If you're an 8 life path, you're going to be here to deal with power. You got to figure it out. You may have a lot of ups and downs more so than the average bear. Across the way is going to be Taurus. You're going to be so you work good with people. Taking the power and working with people. That may be a good outlet for you. I'm not saying that will be for everybody, but the 8 and the 2, Taurus and Scorpio, these are symbiotic with one another. And then you get the number, those of you that have the 9 life paths, the humanitarians, the 9th house of astrology, Sagittarius, the Bohemian, ruled by Jupiter, the biggest planet. Of course, Jupiter, the biggest planet, gets the smartest card. So the 9 life paths tied to the Hermit, the humanitarian. Why is it humanitarian? Some of you may be old souls. If there is such a thing as this, like how many lifetimes have we been here? Are some of us older than others? Some of you feel like you're an old soul. If you're a 9 life path, like, yeah, I really feel that. If so, maybe there's truth to that. Again, this is theoretical. I'm not saying it's true, but it's theoretical. But the 9 life path are the true humanitarians. The 9 is the great repeater. It's the last number. So it looks at all the other numbers. It essentially owns them all. And so what are you going to do with that? You're going to shine your light on the world. And you're going to give back. So if you have a 9 life path and you're not doing something to give back to people, you're just missing the boat. You may be going through a phase in your life, but you're missing the boat. And then the 9 life path is going to join forces with the Empress, of course, and Gemini. And it's going to be, you're going to be doing humanitarian efforts through creation. That's the 9 life path. So you should be working with some kind of organization or doing something. It doesn't mean if you're not a 9 life path, you shouldn't be doing humanitarian efforts, or if it feels good to do. But that's what the 9 life path's all about. The Hermit card and humanitarianism. Then you get into the double digits. They're called master life path numbers. So I'm not going to degrade that. I'm going to roll with that. Some of you feel good when I say that. You feel all warm and fuzzy inside when I say you're a master life path. But it's just a life path 11, 22, and 33. So if your number adds up to the number 11, it will still reduce down to the number 2. But now you have a double 1. So now you have 2 of these magicians side by side. It's a challenging life path to have 11. Because now you're a double 1. Remember the show Stranger Things, number 11? Right? So the number 11 is going to be tied to Justice card. So you're here to bring justice to the world. Justice into your own life. Maybe you need to fix some things from a past life. Clear your shit up this life. But big shoes to fill. And across the way, and if you're going to go into the 11th house, you're going to go into Aquarius. Do you have any planetary positions in Aquarius? Okay, you have any planetary positions in Aquarius? And then if you have the life path number 22, you're the master builder. In the medicine cards do a great job of that because it's the beaver card. Wish I had the cards with me. The beaver is the master builder. Go on YouTube. If you're a 22 life path, my suggestion is go to YouTube tonight and go just type in beavers, watching beavers build dams. Go watch that stuff. Let it influence you. Watch what nature does. The beaver is the master builder. So the 22, 2 is going to be working with people. 22 is at a higher level. Essentially, the 22 is going to reduce down to the number 4. So you're going to be working through the Emperor card. You're going to be the master builder, and you're going to be a king at that. You're going to be building some kind of system, some kind of teaching element to it. And you could be tied to this card right here, the Fool. Because this can be card number 22. So you got to be like a fool. You got to build from a layer of like never been cheated on, never been ripped off, never been screwed over. This is the place we need to come from. What do you want to be when you grow up? These are the questions that I would ask all of you at this point. And then if you have the last life path, the master number 33, you're going to reduce down to the number 6. So you will be that 6 again. You will be this. You're here to influence the male-female species. 33, of course, the creator twice. It can be tied to this card right here, the Page of Wands. This card is the adventurer. Okay, the one that goes on the adventures, the 33, and it creates through adventure. The master life path number 33. You should be using some kind of creative outlet as a 33 life path. But I would say that you're here to leave a legacy behind, just like the 6 life path. If you're a 6 life path, you're here to leave a legacy behind. I think so. If you're a 33, well, you're definitely here to leave some kind of legacy behind. All of you should be doing that no matter what. But I'm saying is some of us are designed certain ways. And that's the soul contracts 1 through 33. All right, I hope that helped. I hope that helped some of you out with the tarot. Yeah, so you go into your astrology charts, folks. Everything I just told you, like know your life path, and then go into your astrology chart, both Western and sidereal, Vedic, and you take the number house that's matched up to your life path. And are there any influences of planets there? Well, if there are, then it's going to even influence you even more. You're going to have more of an influence that's what I think, with your life path. Because remember, everything is going to come down to energy. $616. 616 is a huge number. A lot of people, they say that's the real number of the beast. 616. You get 666, 616. Well, I'll tell you the connection of 616. I'm going to show that to you right now. First, you got to go to the periodic table. So those of you that are fans of this, the 666, and then it's 616, and that's the real beast, and that's talked about in an excerpt 115 from the Greek scriptures. And let's bring the periodic table into this. You go right to this element right here, the 33rd element, arsenic, which is poisonous. You click on that, and you go here and look at the melting point of arsenic. It's not only the melting point, but it sublimes. What does sublime mean? It means it goes right from a solid to a gas. It skips one of the processes of solid, liquid, gas. It goes right to a gas. It sublimates at 616 degrees Celsius. You see? 33. There's the 74. It's tied to the Christ. This is tied to Lucifer. All right, there's your 616 right there. Going through your questions. What life path complements an 8? I think any life path would complement any life path. But you just take into consideration what your life path mainstay is. The 8 life path is working with power. So then you would look at another life path. Okay, well, what do I want to do with this power? And then you got to define what your power is. So you define what power you're working with. Like, let's just say you earn millions of dollars. Some of you earn a lot of money. All right? Some of you earn a lot of money. And maybe you're an 8 life path. And then you would say, okay, well, now I want to work with another life path. Okay, so now you're earning millions of dollars. Okay, so now you want to take that millions of dollars, and now you want to work with it. You want to create with it. Well, I mean, you could say, well, I want to work with a human. I'm going to go with a number 9. I'm going to work with. I want to take my money. I want to take this power and I want to invest it into the humanitarian efforts of the world. And you bolt on the money you earn. Some of it you bolt on to some humanitarian effort that you join forces with. Somebody who has a 9 life path. That one would work well. Or maybe you want to take these millions of dollars you're earning and you want to use somebody that has a 6 life path who has some kind of invention, who is here to build a legacy, and they don't have the funds to do it. See, this is where I feel the world is moving towards. These concepts is seeing your code, knowing what your code is, and then cherry picking who you want to join forces with. That's what I feel like this reality is moving towards. I think that like if you're going to be employed at a company, if I was a company owner, man, one of the vetting processes, like I want to know, you see your astrology map, your cards, your life path. I want to know it all. That's all where all the secrets are at. That's what I feel like we're moving towards. Same thing with dating, partnerships. Like, wouldn't you want to know? Like, if you're in the dating scene, it's great looking at pictures. That comes with the territory, right? You have to have chemistry. You got to be attracted, but at the same time, you got to know what the ingredients are of the cake you're going to be dealing with. And granted, you're not going to be able to find the skeletons in the closet. You're not going to be able to discover right away some of the things that they're holding back and don't want to tell people. But you will still have an advantage by looking at someone's code and then making the determination, like, okay, well, I want to have a lot of adventure in my life. I feel like I would be a better person if I had more adventure in my life. So you want to go with a 5 life path or a 5 birthday, or somebody who has a 5 of clubs or a 5 of hearts or a 5 of diamonds, especially. Because these people are designed for adventures. That's what their job is. Part of their job is to go on adventures. And so you would then cherry pick. You'd be like, okay, I'm looking for a 5. And you look in the road. This is what we're moving towards. Telling you. This is how you're going to really dial yourself in, especially when it comes to dating. I mean, I've been working on this concept since 2010. I have a whole course. 6 platforms, 6 layers. It's all these. It's taking all these, the cards, astrology, numerology, life path, human design, the Enneagram, personality types, combining them all together. And then you now can start to see what someone is, going to be kind of behaving like, how they're going to be showing up. You're not going to get everything exact, but you're going to get a good base of how they're coded, how they act, how they behave. And then you can start cherry picking, especially in companies. If you're a boss, it's a no-brainer, man. If you're a humanitarian, if you have a humanitarian outfit in life, if you have some non-profit company or something like that, and you want to have 9 life paths there. Hello? Because that's what they're designed for. That's what's coming down the pike for dating, for jobs, for creating companies. This will be the vetting process. Everything, mark my words, it's coming. Yeah, Miriam, I need to see all your code before we go out. Yeah. Folks, the course that I have coming out, will, I feel, this is my opinion, it will revolutionize this world. How? Because once you learn how to decode yourself from the deepest, darkest depths of where your code originates from, you then can decode anybody. You can do your own vetting process as long as you have their birthday and, birth time and all that stuff. What do I think about palm reading? I think it's interesting. I don't know how to do it, so that's how ignorant I am with that. But I think it's interesting. One of the first books on numerology I read was Chiro's book of numerology, and he was a palm reader as well. I just never got into it. I don't know. I mean, I've looked at my lines and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm ignorant in that area, but I think there may be some merit to it. Yeah, Kevin says, I think talking code on a date would be awesome. Yeah, I have this tagline, I decode on the first date. That's my tagline. I'll be decoding on the first date. Like, I on the first date, I decode on the first date. You know the other word that people use. I screw on the first date, well, I decode on the first date. Yeah, Lena, I agree. If people don't want to talk about decoding themselves prior, then again, this is your vetting process. I think so. Some people are not going to want to do that. Look, for whatever reason, and I've said this before, you female, some of you, not all of you, some of you females cringe at giving away your real birthday, your birth age. You cringe. Makes you cringe. Some of you lie about your age. I get it. I get it. I get it. I know why. Some of the reasons why. Maybe not exact, but I get it. But you just go on anybody's social media page, like Facebook, you go on there and you can see if they don't put their year of birth, I automatically have an idea of why they don't do that. And it all goes back to looking good. It will always come down to life's about looking good. And the clock starts to tick, and then well, shit, if they knew I was 50, they're not going to date me. And I look younger than 50, so I'm going to say I'm 42. People lie about their age all the time. Why? Because life's about looking good. Why don't you just take care of yourself? Put some time into yourself. Do a makeover on yourself. Then maybe you wouldn't have to worry about lying about your age. But you ladies, man, I mean, nothing against, I'm not specifically saying you. I'm saying women especially, they lie about their age. I just why? There's a lot of reasons. There could be a lot of reasons why people lie about their age. But I'm telling you, it comes down to life's about looking good. And if you were to say, well, I'm 50. That's going to weed. It's going to eliminate people. They're going to look at. They're like, oh, I'm not interested. Like, they're not. They find out you're lying. It's like then you automatically have that box checked off. Like, you weren't telling me the truth. Now I'm going to start looking for other things. You're not telling me about the truth, and you're already starting off on the wrong foot in that adjectives sense. I mean, just vet yourself. Like, I'm this age, and that's it. At least you weed it out. At least you know what you're going to get. Yeah, Jodestar says some work. Yeah, there's definitely some things about age and work. I get all that. But I'm talking about specifically relationships. Love relationships, a lot of women, they lie about their age. Okay. I mean, if you look younger than what your age is, that's a compliment when you tell them how old you are. Like, no way, you don't look that. Yeah, automatically that's a compliment. But people don't look at it that way. There is some insecurities there, yeah. I mean, we're all insecure in some way, some shape or form. I say we're all bipolar, we're all narcissistic, we're all insecure, all of us. It's just there's gradients of that. All right, what time is it? 11:46. I don't know when the course is coming out. It's going to come out this year. I just don't know when. But it's going to be affordable for everybody. I would say pretty much everybody. And I think it's going to be a game changer. This is a course no one's ever come out. It's so simple, these things too. It's like some people are like, that's it. I'm going to get that. I promise you this is what you're going to get some, that's all. Oh, it's just that. But it's a big that. Anyways. Daniel says, I'm a 3 life path. Does that have anything to do with not being in a relationship in my life so far? Maybe. That's a very vanilla question, too broad stroke to answer for you. You're not in a relationship because you're not in a relationship. You know, I like Werner Erhard, who created the landmark. He says, how about when you're sad, you're just sad? Why do you have to have a meaning behind it? You're just sad. So if you're single, you're single. You don't need, there's nothing to figure out. And then, you know, like I'm all about, and I would imagine everybody here would agree with me on this. If you had the ability to consciously be aware of, like, I want to be in the flow. Some of you, like all of you here know what the flow is. Like you're in the flow. Like you feel those days when everything's just going right. You're in the flow. And we know that it doesn't stay that way. But you want to have yourself being in the flow. And I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, if you were in the flow every single day, you would conform to it, and then it wouldn't have so much glitz and glamour to it anymore. Just like anything else. That's why life goes like this. The dragon wave. If you had yourself being in the flow all the time, you get bored of it. You would. Some of you, it would be longer than others, but you when you're in the flow every day and that excitement wears off, it's not a shiny new toy anymore. Now you need some kind of disruption. Something breaks. Somebody breaks up with you out of the blue. Or you lose your job, you get fired. Things were so good. Things were going so good. I got let go. And then people, they get mad. They get so angry about it. And we all are guilty of this, right? We're in the flow and then something disrupts that. And then all of a sudden now we're not in that bliss anymore. That's why I say, if you're on a wave, if you're on a good one, ride that sucker as long as you can, because nothing's meant to last forever. And some of you, like I said, you live through this card right here, the 5 of Cups. You'll focus on you'll lose your job. You'll get axed from your job. Maybe the company gets bought out and you're on the chopping block and you get your phone call and hey, we got to let you go. And see, what we normally do as human beings, we look at the loss. We focus on the loss. And we act like the 5 of Cups. We mourn. We get depressed. But we have the 2 cups behind. See, we're not programmed. A lot of us are not programmed to say, thank you for letting me go, because we don't take it as an opportunity. We take it as a loss and we wallow in the loss. Someone breaks up with you. If you're in a relationship and someone breaks up with you, a lot of you stay in this space right here. You stay here. And moving forward, you know, like a lot of you that have been in this space of depression, anxiety, your loved one gave you the axe. They got rid of you. They cut you out. They wanted you out of their life. They wanted to break it off with you. You stay here for a long time. And you wallow in sadness. And then now you're in the present moment right now, and now you're not in this anymore. Why did you go through this? And you would say, well, that's just because that's how normal human beings do it, or I was going through the emotions, I was, heartbroken. I get all that, but how do we alleviate the heartbreak? Well, how about looking at it as lemonade? See, if you're in a position, if some of you here got axed from a relationship, if someone walked away from you, and you're now gone past the heartbreak and you've moved on, right? You're not feeling that heartbreak anymore. Now you can look at that as there was an opportunity there for you. The opportunity through the tarot here to look at this in the picture is there's 2 cups behind you. How long are you going to stay in the wallowing and the sadness and the misery and the depression? I get heartbreak, man. I know heartbreak is the worst feeling in the world. Staying in it sucks. But it's an opportunity. If we can just look at it as an opportunity. Like, okay, they cut me out of their life. Let's think logic and let's pull the emotions back. They cut me out of their life. Thank you for doing that, because now you just opened up a space for me to go on to my next journey. That's how I look at it. Same with, and I know it's not easy. I'm not saying it's that easy, like just saying, oh yeah, well, I can just disembark from my feelings and move away from that guy right there. But if we're conscious of this stuff, we now can look at it as an opportunity and get out of the depression and anxiety and wallowing in the sadness. We can get out of that much quicker by recognizing it as an opportunity. I'm looking at your comments here. Thanks for everybody for being here. I appreciate all of you, all the support, for joining in on me on this. It's still here in Mexico. It's almost into Sunday, but we are still in Saturn Day. The 18th of February, we're going to move into the 19th. Why do you... Some of you are having fun with this. Rebecca's asking, why are the Strength card, which is card number 8, and the Justice card number 11 switched in some decks? Well, that would be the Crowley deck. The Aleister Crowley deck is the one that I know of that switched it. Maybe some others have followed, but I think he was the first to do it. So the card number 8 would be Justice, and then the card number 11 would be Strength. Well, because of the fact that the 8 is the number of infinity. So you can take Justice there, because the 8's the trash can, right? It's going to, the past, present, and future is in that number 8. So it can be interchangeable with the Justice. Essentially, I think you can interchange a lot of these cards. But that's my knowledge on that, is I think when you know what the Strength and Justice means and you interchange them with the numbers, the 11 is the 2-1 side by side, Strength. And then the 8 would be Justice, could be Justice. Michael's, what's up, Michael? Last time we spoke, you asked me if I always received my food order wrong. So Michael's asking, so Michael, I did a reading for Michael, and I think I did a reading for you, right, Michael? I had said, when you get your food, when you order food out, is the order wrong? Or is it incomplete? Or is it not to your liking or to your satisfaction? And you say, I wasn't sure at the time, but since we spoke, I've noticed that it happens every single time. Why is that? I don't remember what your code looked like, but some of you have this part of your code. You see, you're an analyzer. If you start to pay attention to your life, and again, you incarnated for specific jobs. So we have very specific jobs in some fashion. And when you're tied to being an analyst or a critic, your job is to criticize things, not to judge it per se. There's a very fine line with that. But critiquing. So if you're somebody who, like if you go out to, like, this is how it is for me. When I go to places, I notice that like the shit it's not right, or the waiter sucks, or the waitress sucks, or I don't get the service, or, and it was notorious for me. And then when I started to study my code, I realized like, well, I have this analyst in my code, and like I'm this critic, and like part of my job is to show you like, okay, I go into your restaurant and it's wrong. My orders didn't come out right. Well, then if I don't say anything, then they don't know about it. But if I tell them, this just happened to me when I went down to Tulum here in Mexico. I got an Airbnb. As fate would have it, what happened when I rented this? It was like a brand new place, but I was probably a couple of years old. But the air conditioner, we have these mini splits. They're like wall units. And there's filters in there. And sure enough, I checked the filter. It's filthy. So I had to bring it to the attention of the place, that I went through. Just small little shit. The batteries on the air conditioner remote. I'm like, I get to this place and I'm hitting the thing and I'm like, oh shit, don't tell me the air conditioner doesn't work. I took the batteries out of the television remote, I put them into the air conditioner, and then it works. So there's that. Small little things though, right? Like the batteries are not working right. And then in Mexico, the water's very hard. So I go in the shower and it has one of those rain showers, and they're all rubber. The rubber where the water comes out, they're all blocked. Not all of them, but the majority of them are all blocked. So I have to go and I have to scrape them all out, all the calcium deposits, so the water comes down. 3 things, small little things, but this is my life. This is about my life. So I have to bring it to their attention. And there's some perks to that because you get free food, you get stuff taken off your bill, but that's totally fine. But like I'm saying that's part of my job. So if you're somebody if you show up and shit's broken all the time, it may be part of your job. You should say something. Be a food critic. Shadow shop. You could do good at stuff like that. These again are signs to tell you which way to move in life. There are people that really are creators of perfume and colognes. They're good at they're mixologists, whatever the name is of that. They're good with the smells. If you're good at that, well then that's part of your code. If you're a musician, part of your code. If you're a successful musician, I can look at anybody's chart that's a successful musician, pull up their astrological map, tie in their numerology, look at their personality. You could start to see the map unfold. It's so beautiful. And it's undeniable. What does it mean when you see 1111? It's okay. So I get this question a lot, and I just don't have an answer because it could go off in many different directions. But the 1111 is tied to this reality. It's tied to this reality. If you go look at the November 11th date, which is the 1111, it's the 9 of clubs. This is what I do, right? The 1111. I'll show all of you now. So if you're somebody who keeps seeing the 1111, it's the 9 of clubs. It's the card number 22. It's tied to Michael. The word Michael equals 22. It's tied to Jesus. November 11th is tied to the Christ. Here's the November 11th card. The 1111. It's the wounded warrior. It means life. If you're seeing 1111, it means pay attention to your life. That's what I would say it means on a general consensus. If you're seeing 1111 over and over, it's telling you to pay attention to your life. And then you would say, well, what do you mean pay attention to my life? Pay attention to your life. What's going on in your life? Well, nothing's going on. Of course, everything's going on in your life. 1111 to me on the basic fundamentals is when you start to see it over and over, what the hell's going on in your life? Because you're getting this card, the wounded warrior. What's broken in your life? And please don't say, my life is great, nothing's broken in my life, because you're full of it. All right, there's some room for improvement on everybody's life. But if you're seeing the 1111, it's the wounded warrior, it's the ride or die, which is you, it's your temple. It's telling you to pay attention to your body. Maybe you need to go get a blood panel. When's the last time you did a blood panel? Every 6 months, you should get a blood panel. Every 6 months, you should get your blood checked. When's the last time you did that? Some of you probably haven't done it in years. Well, I'm healthy as a fiddle. I bet if you go looked at your blood, maybe it would say otherwise. Maybe you need to hear that right now. Maybe because you haven't looked at your blood in a couple of years because you're scared to go look at it. 1111 to me means pay attention to your life because it means your life. I mean, who's a famous actor on the world stage who's got the November 11th birthday? How about Leonardo DiCaprio? Leo, the son. Jesus, the son in human form. It's the wounded warrior card. It's the Titan, tied to the fallen angel story. I'm looking at your comments. Patrick, I still don't like Kronos. You got to make peace with that. You know, Kronos right now, astrologically through the Western, Kronos has officially moved out of the house of Aquarius and moved into the house of Pisces, but not in the Vedic. Kronos is still in the age of, and in the sign of Aquarius. Kronos is been there for years, and this planetary position is there to make you build structure. Kronos comes in to make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's, to get your shit straight. The job of Saturn, the job of Kronos, to structure. When it comes into a sign, structure. And since Vedic and Western are different, well, it's now in the sign of Pisces. Those of you that are following the Western, but not in the Vedic, it's still in the sign of Aquarius. So it's still going to be Aquarius, Pisces, Saturn will be affecting both of these signs. So if you're an Aquarian, you're still going to have influences of Saturn through the Vedic. And if you're a Pisces, you will now have Saturn in your 12th, your house. And, you know, we are in Pisces right now through the Western, but we're still in Aquarius in the Vedic. So, you know, happy solar return to you Pisceans that follow the Western, but you're still in we're still in the Aquarian age and the Aquarian house. We're still in the sun sign of Aquarius through the Vedic. So that's why there's a big bridge. There's a big gap. It's always two signs. You're going to get two signs. You're going to get two number 1 and 2. They pair up. Sagittarius and Capricorn, they pair up. Jupiter and Kronos, they pair up. And then they rule over the 3rd and 4th house, which is Gemini and Cancer. Mercury and the moon. 3 and 4. Emperor, Empress. You see? So when you study astrology and you start to look at, you got to look at both charts. But Kronos, when Kronos comes into a house, it's designed to, obviously clean things up, build the structure, set things straight. So when it's in your sign, it's designed for you to straighten your life up, to get your life straightened up, to build the sound structure. That's why it's known as like a hard, harsh planet, because it's the judge. A good example, and I've said this many times now, we are all the sons and daughters of God, essentially. And if you've ever been fortunate enough to go into a court of law, go into that circus, and court time is at 9 a.m. and you're there at 8:45. So you're sitting down. And once the bailiff says all rise, what happens? The judge walks in, which is wearing the black robe. And so the bailiff says all rise. And what the meaning of that is you all stand up because you're the sons and daughters of the judge who represents Kronos. So through the courts, we are the sons and daughters, and then you stand before the judge, which is wearing all black, which I think represents Kronos, which represents crossing the T's and dotting the I's, the judge. That's supposed to rule with no emotion. That's supposed to rule with harshness. Like, you got to prove it to me. See, the sun says yes, and Saturn says, prove it to me. Saturn will say no. No, you can't do that. And the sun says, but I want to do it. Because the sun is fun. The sun is expansion. So then Saturn is contraction. Breathe in, breathe out. Wax on, wax off. So Kronos, you got to make peace with it. And this is the advantage of studying astrology and knowing where it's at in your chart, and, especially when it's there in your sign. For me, it's still in Aquarius, right? But for the past, since 2018, 2019, I've been building this Decode Your Reality. Since 2018, I've been built, which is primarily when Saturn's been in my house. Still there though, through Vedic. And he's helping, Kronos is helping me build the structure, getting this information, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, figuring it out. So it's been very valuable for me. It's been an asset for me. A lot of people look at Kronos as a liability. You gotta, I would say, you gotta make lemonade out of that. How do you make lemonade out of that? Like these planets, they're like Kronos, malefic. Well, if you say so. See, they've been around so long, these ideas, like there's gonna be malefic to every single one of those things. Just gotta make peace with it. The whole Super Bowl, when I broke it down and I picked my winner, the Chiefs, it was the hardest Super Bowl. The past, I've been like 4 years now picking these teams based upon the methodology. This was the most challenging year because I have more tools than I had last year. And when you have more tools, you have more options, you have more choices. And this is why knowledge can be a curse. This is why when you get down to the bottom of the barrel, you realize you're looking all around and there's so many options, so many avenues, and you're like, I don't even know which way to go here. And that's what I was faced with. And I just looked at the astrological map, and that was a big determining factor to my choice of picking the Chiefs over the Eagles, because I looked into the fifth house. I looked at the end of the Super Bowl. At around 10 p.m. is when I judged. I went on the average time span of the Super Bowls, and I think I pulled the astrological map through sidereal, and in the fifth house, right there next to one another in a conjunct, which is side by side, was the Sun and Saturn, Sun and Kronos. And the Sun was at 24 degrees and Saturn was at 27 degrees. And of course, wouldn't you know it, the quarterback for the Eagles wore number 24, and I'm sorry, the quarterback for the Eagles was 24, and then the quarterback for the Chiefs was 27. And there it was. It was the sun and Saturn right there astrologically playing, and they were directly squaring the moon. And the moon's like a reflector. It's like a mirror. So they were like literally right across from it. And then the energy bounces off the moon and it shoots straight up. And what was directly opposite of the moon? Uranus. Uranus. And Uranus, as I showed through the cryptocurrency, blockchain decoded, your daddy Uranus is going to rules over cryptocurrency. Because it rules Aquarius. I know a lot of people, well, it's Saturn. No, Uranus. Once Uranus was discovered in 1871, it took the reins over Aquarius. Saturn is not the ruler, in my opinion, Saturn rules the 10th house. The 11th house is solely ruled by Uranus. That's my opinion, though. And you can clearly see that blockchain, the whole Super Bowl, the currency of this whole thing, the Chiefs and the sun and the Eagles and the eagle rising and the eagle representing the phoenix and all this energy it's all cryptocurrency. It's all tied to this exchange of money. It's just so beautiful when you can start to see this stuff. When you start to finally see these methodologies and say, holy mackerel. This is like, this is perhaps the machinations. Like, this is a great watch. If you peel apart a watch, all the little moving parts, like all these moving parts of astrology, it's just quite beautiful. And Jordan and I, we have another podcast coming up. The next one will be on the financial collapse. And we're going to throw our opinions around on that. Not going to offer any financial advice. We will throw our opinions for fun, for entertainment purposes. That's all I could say of what's coming down the pike, what we think's coming down the pike. He's going to have his whole variations of opinions and myself. But you know, I mean, I could say I'm not going to say confidently, but it's my opinion that we will have a major correction and this may incorporate real estate, this may incorporate currency, this may incorporate stocks and bonds, and this year. 2023, 2024, I mean, that's a pretty big gap of time. But when you look at all the dates on the calendar and the crashes in 1929 and, you know, when the stock market was first created in 1792, it was created in the month of May. May is tied to Taurus. Taurus is the bull. The bull is the mascot of Wall Street. (2023), 2024. I mean, it's hard to tell because there's so many variations, but I'm leaning towards this year for massive change. I'm excited for it. It may get a little challenging, right? It may be a little tough, but folks, this is the stuff that's happened. It's like, it's clearing the board to make room for the new. Like, things can't stay the same. The wave that's been ridden can't stay the same. It's got to change. Like especially in the United States, real estate is way overpriced. That's my opinion. So people in the real estate would say, no, it's not. Okay, fine. Go to Los Angeles and you'll see some way overpriced real estate. But I mean, the debt and, you know, all this stuff's lining up. The Super Bowl to me, was all about cryptocurrency. The Phoenix rising, you know, Bitcoin turned 14 years old this year on January 3rd, January 9th. 14 is tied to the 43. 43 is tied to Hollywood. If you watch my Hollywood Decoded, Hollywood is 43. 43 is the 14th prime number. You know, I mean, the tarot speaks again. The tarot speaks again. Let me just show all of you this. Hold on. Let me show you the pictures of the tarot. You want to see Hollywood and you want to see how this whole game works through pictures. Okay, and numbers. How beautiful this is. Nothing to be scared about. Hollywood is a 43. And the 43rd card in the cards, now there's a few ways to look at this. The 43rd card in the deck of the cards of illumination is the Four of Spades. This is the card of, it's in the tarot, it's the dreamer. So Hollywood through numerology is 43. This is the 43rd card in the deck. And what's really funny about this is there's a major actor on the world stage who has this as his birth card. And that gentleman's name is Hugo Weaving, who played Mr. Smith in the Matrix movie. Hollywood. And so this Four of Spades is going to link to the Four of Swords. And there's the picture. And you see, it's the dreamer. So Hollywood is the dream. And this may just indicate, ladies and gentlemen, that we are living inside the dream of the cosmos. This is not even real. And I say it's a movie. This is a big movie. Now, if you take the 43rd card in the deck, straight up in the tarot, you're going to get this card. The Seven of Cups. This is Hollywood. This is, you know what this card means? Choices, illusions. 43. 43 is the 14th prime number. So what's the 14th card in the tarot? In the cards of illumination. It's the Ace of Clubs. So here's Hollywood in a nutshell. This is how funny this reality is. So Hollywood is a 43. 43 is the Four of Spades. And the Four of Spades turns into the Four of Swords, which is the dreamer. Okay, the dreamer. And then 43 in mathematics is the 14th prime number. The 14th card is the Ace of Clubs. And what's the Ace of Clubs in the tarot? It's the Ace of Wands. What do you see right there? What is that hand holding? How about a Hollywood? How about a magic stick? How about a magic wand? How about a Harry Potter magic wand right there? There it is. Bam! Right there, folks. This is Hollywood. The dreamer having a dream. Abracadabra. This is the 43 and 14 right here through mathematics and numerology. This is how funny our reality is, folks. It's choices. See, this is coming from a celestial. Now, the spirits up in the stars. And be like, hey, I want to create something. Well, what do you want to create? This is you before you incarnate. And you're like, oh my God, all these choices. What kind of life path do I want to pick? And then it's abracadabra. And you create your movie. Abracadabra. What's so funny is, you know whose birth card this is? Two guys on the world stage who has this as their birth card. First one, William Henry Gates III. Second one, Anthony Fauci. They both have this as their frickin' birth card, which is the card of Hollywood. You see, Hollywood is a movie, but you're in a movie. That's the card of illusions. But you see, illusions come real through abracadabra, through the magic wand. And poof, just like that, we have the creation of all this stuff. It's just quite magical, actually. It's just amazing. This whole reality is just amazing when you can look at it that way. Instead of cursing it, instead of getting angry at it, this reality is a big movie set. All the world's a stage. The band Rush, all the world's a stage. We are merely players living in the limelight. Why limelight? Because that color lime is the color, the yellow, the color of a tennis ball is the color we see first as it comes in through the eye. That's what science says. Check out my Vesica Pisces Decoded. I got the tennis ball right on that front page. All the world's a stage. William Shakespeare, his name in numerology is 59. The game of life is 59. Same cipher, Chaldean. Oldest known numerology cipher on the planet. How about that? William Shakespeare, 59. The game of life, 59. William Shakespeare says all the world's a stage. And his name is the same as the game of life. Is that a coincidence? No coincidences in life. So yes, the earth is Hollywood. You're in it. It's a big movie set. It's a Truman Show. So MRT, serious question. Do you guys think there is a consciousness after we decay, die, there has to be, because energy can't be created nor destroyed. It just transforms. It transmutes. It moves into a different consciousness, so to speak. So this right here, you're just renting this to create. Like when you get in your car and you put the key in and you start the car, what is the car designed to do? It's an instrument to get you where you need to go. You're using the car to get you to the grocery store. You're driving the car to get yourself to work. You're driving the car to go to the fair. You're driving the car to go wherever. It's an instrument for you to use so you can get around in this game. This right here, this body, is an instrument that you use to navigate through life, to create. But you see, inside your temple is your brain, which is the implant, which is the voice in your head that's talking right now. And it's my opinion that that voice, that owns you. It owns you. You don't own it. That's it, as Werner Erhard said. That thing owns you. The little voice in your head that you're having conversations with, that owns you. Not the other way around. I know you want to say, no, I'm in control of that. Well, then control your thoughts. Well, I'm just going to control my thoughts then. They're just going to come into your mind like crazy, like hiccups. Like Alan Watts would say, they just come in your mind like hiccups. And the people that say, well, I'm just going to stop thinking. Well, you trying to stop thinking is thinking. Well, I'm going to focus on my breath then. You focusing on your breath is thinking about focusing on your breath. We're not designed to not think, ladies and gentlemen. We're designed to think because we're designed to create, because the game needs players. So we're designed to hump, we're designed to procreate, and then we're designed to create through the instrument called the body. And the mind, the thoughts that come into your mind, where do you think those are coming from? Think they're just broadcasted from some radio station? It's the supernatural that's plugging these ideas into your mind. It's micromanaging this reality is what it's doing. That's my opinion, but I've supported it time and time again. Why do we not remember our birth? I don't know. These are questions I just can't answer. I have no answer for that. Will we be aware after our death? We're all going to find that out, I guess. I have no clue on that. I couldn't answer that. '53 Joker, yeah. Donating plasma. Oh, you're talking about blood and all that stuff. I mean, that's going to come down to a conscious decision, right? I mean, it's going to come down to a conscious decision on what you feel is the right thing to do. Patrick B. I don't know if you're asking me this question. Are we supposed to ignore other people's suffering? Don't all the messiahs always say to serve? I think everybody should be serving. You don't need to listen to anybody I mean, I think inquisitively, you know that you should be serving the world and being a creator at least. But if someone is suffering and you know about it and you could do something about it, I would imagine everybody here would do something about it. But see, not everybody's designed to go and work with homeless people. Not everybody's designed to go and work with people that have addictions and go work at addiction clinics. Not everybody's designed to go work with abused children. Not everybody's designed to go work with these evil things in life. But if you're designed to go do that, then go do that. But don't label somebody. Don't say, well, you're not I'm doing that and you're not. Like, don't try to put yourself on a pedestal. Just go do you. See, if everybody starts to create their utopia, we create a ripple, and that ripple pushes out the darkness, if you will. But see, most people don't do that. They go push up against the resistance, feeding the resistance, giving it more gas, letting it stay and linger longer. Whereas if you just take that energy and you go create your utopia, and you're going to create a ripple, and that ripple is going to be sent out, and there will be other people that will attach to that ripple and strengthen numbers. That's just how that works. I just can't focus on me. That's selfish. Then Patrick, go live your code, brother. You know, if somebody focuses on themselves, if they become selfish, if they become like service to self for a while, and they end up creating and earning millions of dollars. I'm just going to use this as an analogy. If somebody takes a year and they just put it all into themselves and they earn millions of dollars, but then they take that millions of dollars and then they use some of it to give towards humanitarian efforts, well, then what would you say about that? Are they doing something wrong? See, the overall context of our lives, like that's all that really matters. Not everybody is going to do exactly the same things that you're doing, but it doesn't mean that what they're doing is wrong in the sense of wrong versus right. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, you know, look, are you waking up? I think, when you wake up in the morning, you put your feet on the floor, can you say, I can't wait to start my day today. Today's going to be an amazing day. Because if you're waking up like that and you're living through that kind of energy, you're going to put out that kind of ripple. People are going to want to be around that kind of energy. Some people aren't going to understand that kind of energy that you're putting out. It may not be all roses for you all the time. But the thing is that if you're waking up and you can't put your feet on the floor and say, I can't wait to start my day today, well, then what's going on in your life of making you say these kinds of things? MT Dewey, I don't know if you're asking me this question, so can you see Uranus naked eye? No. Norma, is there ever a time in numerology that negative numbers are utilized? You mean with the like minus? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure I understand your question. MRT is asking me another question. Do you think all men, well, I would assume you're not going to say, you're going to use in absolutes, all men. So do I think some men are not designed to stay with the one woman? Well, of course. Otherwise everybody would just stay with one person. What did I mean by Uranus taking over crypto? Well, astrologically, what I'm saying is that The age of Aquarius seemingly is what we have moved into. Now, again, I say seemingly. Are we there yet? Theoretically, it looks like, I mean, if you look at the footprint, well, the age of Pisces does not represent what's going on here digitally and what we're doing with computers, cell phones, etc. So I would say pretty confidently we have moved into the age of Aquarius. Or we're about to. But I'd say we're already there. And in my opinion, Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius ever since it was discovered. Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius. And Uranus, if you read about Uranus and the description of what it represents, it definitely describes the Aquarian age much better than Saturn does. It describes it much more detailed. It gives a much better description than Kronos does. Kronos representing Capricorn. That's a way better fit for Kronos. So when you move into the age of Aquarius and you look at, I just looked at the astrological map for the birth genesis of Bitcoin, the Genesis block 0 of Bitcoin, which if you want to check out my Blockchain Decoded, I would highly encourage you do that, because in there I showed the breakdown of the astrological map for the Genesis block 0 of Bitcoin. January 3rd, January 9th, doesn't matter. January 3rd was the Genesis block 0. 50 Bitcoin were mined. Why 50? You got to know what the 50 means, right? Tied to tin. Tin is the merger of worlds. But this Genesis block 0, when you look at the astrological map, Uranus was opposite of Saturn. Uranus was in the house of Aquarius. And it was not just in the house of Aquarius, but if you know your nakshatras, it was in the 25th nakshatra, which is kind of rules over like technology and high risk things. But the big takeaway was Uranus was opposite of Kronos. Kronos was in house number 5, which was in Leo, I believe, the 12th nakshatra. I think it was in the 12th. And that, to me, that was all I needed. And, you know, again, Uranus really represents technology much better than Kronos does, from the description of these planets and what they mean and the detailed aspects of them. So I just look at the astrological maps. Like the same thing when I'm looking at the financial collapse. I'm looking at the astrological maps. And, you know, why does it, you know, when we take this question here, why does it seem like the crashes, a lot of these crashes happen in the fall time, autumn, September, October, like 1929, October 24th. They're going to say September 4th. If you go study the Great Depression and Black Friday and all that stuff, what happened, the crash when it lost a ton of its value. It happened in the fall time, in the tropic, and now we're talking about it's in New York, so it's now in the Tropic of Cancer, not in the Tropic of Capricorn, because it's summertime. I mean, it's springtime there. But it's always push-pull. But when you look at the astrological map, especially for the crash of 1929, you're going to see that the sun is in Libra. Lib-Ra. Ra, the sun god. And Ra is the Alpha and the Omega, and it's the scales of justice. And so this Great Depression, the Great Crash in 1929 during the Roaring '20s, this is why if you look at astrology, you see that in the fall time, you're going to have Lib-Ra having a hand in this, which is tied to Ra, which is tied to the scales of justice, balancing things out. So this is like a marker for these astrological maps and the fall time in September, October. MRT, I'm wondering because, so we're getting back to this multiple partners or whatever. And the question was about multiple partners throughout your lifetime. And MRT says, normally you have one soulmate. Well, again, so we're going to take this is your opinion. So you think that normally you only have one soulmate. That's what you believe. Okay, fine. Awesome. So you're going to take that as your truth. See, I look at things a lot differently. This is my truth now, right? My opinion, my truth is that everybody that you've been in a relationship with, those are all your soulmates. And I also would say confidently that if there is the truth of us having lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, you probably were in relationships with those people in your past as well. But you're going to have many soulmates. Soulmates, to me, are going to be male and female. So you may have some best friends that are going to be the same sex, and they're going to be soulmates. Soul brothers, soul sisters. Doesn't mean you have to get intimate with them. And then you get this concept of the twin flame, right? You get this concept of the twin flame. I've researched it. I've tried to find like where the etymology comes from. I couldn't find shit about it. It's an idea. It's the one and only. And what distinguishes the twin flame versus the soulmate? Because they're interchangeable, these topics. I did a whole podcast on that. But again, if you think you're only supposed to have one your whole life, well then, okay. That's your truth, I guess. But I mean, then I would say, how many relationships have you been in? And then you would say, well, I've been in 2 or 3. Okay, well, what do you think that those people couldn't have been your soulmates? You'd probably say, well, no, because I'm not with them. So then you would have to define, you think a soulmate is the one you're supposed to be with for the rest of your life. Okay, great. So if that's the truth you live through, then that's awesome. Again, it's about making the truth your own, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I think anyway, and that's the easiest way to kind of navigate through this reality. Because I will always revert back to, we live inside of a movie, and it's your movie. So I'm going to put all of you right now, I'm going to put you on the pedestal. Every single one of you, you're going to be at the very top of the pedestal. So I want you just to remove everybody in the background, in the chat, and just listen to what I'm going to tell you here. You are the star of this movie right here. And everybody else is just an extra in your movie. Especially the people in the chat, they are extras in your movie. They have no bearing on your life. They don't pay your bills. They don't probably pay you. They don't brush your teeth. They don't share bathroom space with you. They don't have slippers next to yours. They don't pay for your dog bills. They don't pay for your cat food. They don't look to cuddle with you. They don't sleep in the same bed with you. They're extras in your movie. But your cast, your movie cast, is the people that are close to you, the people that you've been in relationships with, your brother, your sister, your mother, your father. That's your entourage. That's your cast. But you are the star of this movie. You. That's why you got to put yourself on that pedestal. And this is not being egoic. I'm just telling you from my perspective, remove everybody from your life. You are the star. Are you acting like it? See, once you put yourself in that seat, like I'm in the hot seat, if I go to a movie and I look and I see the cast, there's going to be 1 or 2 main actors or actresses. That's who you should be. Many of you are not. Many of you are okay with being at the bottom where your name barely fits in the credits. You're totally okay with that. But if you take into consideration what I'm saying, you are the star of this movie called life. And everybody else is just either part of your cast or they're an extra. And the extras, you don't pay any attention to them. They're like in a movie scene, they're like you're in a restaurant and the restaurant's filled and the camera's on you and they're in the background. That's how much importance they are to your life. Like if you walk into a restaurant and it's completely full, you don't go around shaking hands and introducing yourself to all these strangers. They're all extras in your movie. You're the star of the movie. When you walk in the restaurant and the waiter or waitress comes over, they're part of this whole experience. You order the food. It's your movie. It's your food. You're the boss. You get to control over that. And that's the way I see life is. You're the star of the movie. I hope that some of you get this. So start acting like the star instead of acting like an extra. How do you become a star in the movie? Pay attention, decode yourself. Stop giving your energy to the dirty laundry in the mainstream on this and that. Stop talking about that. Take your power back. Focus on you. Focus on your strengths. Manage out your weaknesses. Create your utopia, whatever it is you see in this world. You're the star in the movie. When you die, that's it. There's no more movie. And you would say, well, wait a minute. Of course there's going to be people. How do you know that? What happens when you die? Well, you would think, obviously, well, life's going to go on. Yeah, but not for you, and you're the star of the movie. If you can just get this concept, you are the star of this movie. Are you acting like it? Some of you need to put yourself in a reality check and say, well, no, I'm not being a star. So go make a star, be the star. What would it feel like to be the star of your own movie? What would it look like? What is your life going to look like 5 years from now as a star of the movie? Are you going to be flying around in jets? Is that what's going to distinguish you being a star? Are you going to be earning $10 million a month? Is that what's going to distinguish you being a star? What is it going to take for you to be a star in this movie? Some of you are already there. I look at my life, can I improve in my life? Absolutely. There's always going to be room for improvement. But right now I can confidently tell all of you, I am the star in my own movie. This is my movie. I'm the star of it. That's not like being egoic here. I own that space. I own that space. That's why I don't give my attention to the mainstream, because it doesn't give me anything back. I get nothing in return. There's no payoff for me. There's absolutely no payoff I get from the mainstream. It doesn't give me anything. All it really gives me is freaking anxiety, heartache, depression, sadness, mourning, mad, angry. Those are all emotional responses that they're not fun. They're not fun. So I take that power back and I create, and I'm the star. Now I'm the star, and I'm creating this, and I have this YouTube channel called Decode Your Reality. And I'm the star of it, right? I'm the star of this movie right here, and you're watching it. But then the contradiction is you're the star of your movie. And when you turn this off and you go out in your world, whatever, and you start walking around, I would encourage all of you, next time you go to the store, look around and be like, hey, I'm the star of this freaking movie. Everybody else, they're all just little extras. But the contradiction is it's the other way around. But who cares about those people? Start acting like the star of the movie. Own that space. Know your code. A lot of you can be so much better than what you're doing now, but you're paying too much attention to being an extra in a movie versus being a star in a movie. You should be the star of your movie. It's really fun to be the star. Some of you need to create stuff. Or not need to, but you should be creating. You should be content creators creating stuff. Go put yourself out there. You know what holds us back is fear. My stuff's not going to be good enough. Oh, my voice is not good enough, or my writing's not good enough, so I'm not going to create. Or someone's going to laugh at that, so I'm not going to create that. And then you know what the universe does? You know what? If you want to use God, whatever you want to use as context, you get this idea. And you've been saving it. You've been saving this idea for so long because you're afraid someone's going to steal it. I can't trademark it. I can't copyright it. So I'm just not going to tell anybody about it. And that may be a cool whatever. But then one day the universe delivers somebody in your life. You meet at a party or a gathering. And they start talking to you, and then all of a sudden it triggers in your mind this idea that you've had for years that you haven't shared because you're afraid someone's going to take it. Or you're afraid it's not going to be good enough. And this person triggers in your mind this idea, and you start telling this person, and then you start conversing, and you're like, oh my God, why have you not told anybody about this? And then you're like, yeah, why haven't I? I should be the star of this movie right now, and I'm not doing it. And so I believe the universe or God injects people into our lives to light that fire again. It's like God's telling you, hey, hello, It's time to pull this idea off the shelf, man. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, man. You're going to die with it? As they say, the best inventions are in the graveyard. Because people just go to their deathbed with them. They're too afraid to put them out there because they think it's going to be silly. It's not going to look good enough. Or someone's going to steal my idea. Folks, tomorrow's not guaranteed, man. Be the star of your own movie. Get out there and create. Maybe this is what you needed to hear tonight. Same thing with relationships. Some of you have been single for a long time because you got cheated on, or you got hurt, or you got screwed over, or you got taken, whatever. So you stay single for a long time. That's totally fine. You can be a hermit. You can put time into yourself. But then one day you meet somebody. One day you meet somebody, and maybe it's just maybe it's God injecting into your, like, you know what? Okay, it's time. Now your journey's up. Okay, this hermit time, you're done with that. Now look at the bottom of the deck. I'm shuffling. It's the star card. God says, you know what? You're done with the hermit mode. That's it. You finished that sector of your life. So you're out at the grocery store and you bump into somebody and you end up talking to them, and next thing you know, it's like this person's you're in a relationship with. This is what happens. You think that's just an accident or coincidence, or that's just the way life is? Or sometimes you meet somebody and they're not going to be the one, but they're there to inspire you to get off your ass and start looking. Because it's time. This is why the clocks, when all of you have seen times on the clock, you're seeing, like, everything is code, folks. When you go to bed, like when I go to bed and I plug my phone in, I look at what's my battery percentage. That's a code. When I wake up, what time is it? That's a code. And of course I know the numbers, so I know what the numbers mean when I wake up. Sometimes I smile, sometimes I laugh. The receipts when I cash out at the grocery store. Like I was talking to all of you earlier about Jordan, my time that I got to spend with the great Jordan at Waters Above Crypto. All of it was, so the source code is all I could say, God, whatever you want to call it. It's nameless, but it's out there playing in the background. Like, you think Jordan and I are coming together because it was an accident? Or because, well, he's a decoder and I'm a decoder? Hell no. I got my support. I'm not going to say proof. I got support. My notes of everything that happened between us randomly. That were the signs that I needed to know that this was the universe talking to me. Telling me, hey man, it's time. It's time, Logan. Okay, here's the next part of your journey. And these are, like, sometimes it's just very subtle and you don't notice it because life gets in the way. You got to walk the dog. You got to buy dog food. You got to pay attention to the girlfriend. You got to take a shower. You got to do this. You got to work on the project for her. You don't pay attention. Life gets in the way. But you see, that's what simplifying your life. And, I'm a minimalist. So being a minimalist, my life's very simple. I get to enjoy more of the things around me because my life's not chaotic. And I can see the things coming at me because I made that decision to make a minimalistic lifestyle for myself. And that may not last. My life could get complex and then I get caught up but that was one of my rants, I guess. How many of you are kind of like new here? I know, a big shout out to the moderator, Stephen and Pamela. Thanks for holding the axe tonight, keeping things in order. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being here. Thanks for the support of this channel. And I hope some of you, or all of you actually, hope all of you kind of get this message tonight, and realize again, like, the way to create unification And to not be a stick in the mud, to not be somebody who comes in here is just an ass. The energy flows good, is that the majority of us here, if not all of us here, the way to create a unification is to make the truth your own. To go do you. That's how you create a utopia. Stop complaining, go do you. Your opinion is all that matters. Not mine, not anybody else's here. It's your truth. So we got some people, and thanks everybody for being here for so freaking long. But I just wanted to share this again. Some of you that are new, and those of you that are, I want to say this again because this was massive. Like these are if you're looking to find the synchronizations and the synchronicities in your life, if you're looking to make sense of the patterns, I mean, I'm going to tell you a few things that I had shared earlier. I'm going to say it again. So it's going to be a repeater for some of you that have been here for a while. Just humor me on this. But just last week, I got to finally meet the great Jordan at Waters Above Crypto. I got to pick him up from the airport here in Mexico. I didn't know what he looked like. We were just by phone. And him and I shared almost a week and we're working on a project, and we got to just do a lot of just soul brother talk, man. It was great. But the reminders that I got, that I have consistently said that I'm in tune with this source code, meaning the best analogy I can give you is like a radio. Remember the old radios the analog ones that you'd spin the dial and you'd hear and then you'd finally get to the station and it would be crystal clear like my voice is right now. And if you just move the dial just a little bit, it would, you're not in tune. So I feel like the universe is like that. When you get in tune, it's crystal clear like this. And when that happens, and you kind of surrender to it because you know your code, you know your strengths and weaknesses, it starts to talk to you. It starts to observe you. And this is what happened when Jordan and I got together last week. And this was like monumental for me. And him and I were just laughing about it. So I'm gonna say again, if those of you that, like, what does Jordan look like? What does Jordan look like? Because he's got the voice of all voices, right? Like he's just born to talk and for people to listen. He's got that amazing voice. And I already asked him if I could say a little bit of this. He said, yeah, whatever, because it was like fun. But like when I picked him up for the airport, he was wearing a hat. But he's got long hair. Long hair. And he's wearing a hat. And he had a beard, like not like a full length beard, but he had some facial hair. Longer than mine. I just have scruff, right? But he had, and we did our hug, and then we got in the car. We had to drive for 2 hours, and we finally got to our destination. Then we started our venture. And as I went along with this, I started to pay attention to the synchronicities. So he got his Airbnb, I got my Airbnb. His Airbnb, he was in number 104. So I'm gonna do this on the fly so all of you can see this. So hang on, just give me a second, because this will really blow a lot of you away. Those of you that are fans of the great Jordan at Waters Above Crypto, okay? So hang on one second. Okay, so I'm going to show you my methodology, kind of how I decode this reality, and kind of how it all works for me. So he gets an Airbnb, and this was the first time I ever did an Airbnb, and Airbnb is like, you rent somebody's house or condo or whatever apartment, and you don't pick the address, you just pick the place. And then they send you the address and you get the address and whatever. So he gets his, I get mine. And he's at 104. Okay. And in the building, it was 104. And I automatically knew what that meant. Now I'm going to digress. I'm going to say, see, Jordan, when I picked him up, he had a hat on. And it wasn't until like day 3 that I realized I'm looking over him. I'm at this, we're having vegan tacos. And there's this like amber light behind his head. And I'm talking to him. He's on an angle. And he didn't have his hat on. And it hit me. And I'm like, I started laughing. And I said, dude, you look like Jesus Christ. So it like go, if you go type in Jesus Christ in the search, you're going to see, and he's not feminine like that, but long hair, the beard, looks like, the Messiah. Okay. And I started laughing because it took me 3 days because he was wearing a hat. I just didn't figure it out. And the craziness about it is, you see, he was born on March 16th, which is otherwise written 3-16 or 3.16. And one of the most famous scriptures in the New Testament is John 3:16. So Jordan has one of the most famous numbers through the scriptures attached to him, his birthday and his birth card. Of course, it's March 16th. His birth card is this card right here, the 7 of diamonds. And you know what card number this is? The 33rd card in the deck. And of course, the crucifixion age was at 33. 33 vertebrae. Most of us have 33, if not 34, but 33 is a big number. So Jordan automatically has got the 33rd card in the deck. He's born on March 16th, the 3:16, and then we go to John 3:16, and now I'm going to take you to this, and I'm going to show you how this is my life, okay? So here it is, John 3:16, one of the most famous scriptures in all of the New Testament. And it says, "For God loved the world so much, he gave his only begotten son." Okay? "That whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." So I take this, and I've decoded this, and so I take this now, I copy and paste it, I go into my numerology calculator, and there it is. Bam! Okay, it's 480. And I've done this before. Of course, 113 letters, that's the 30th prime number. 113 is the 30th prime number. 30 is tied to Demiurge, Jehovah, all that stuff, okay? And then, where do we go with this 480? Well, then you take the 480 and you go into the string of pi, and you plop it in here into this great website, Cibitium.com, and 480, look at where it appears. At the 104th decimal digit, ladies and gentlemen, the Airbnb that Jordan rented was unit number 104. And that's the comedy. That was the comedy, you see? And then, it just continued on from there, because his place he was staying at was 104. Mine was 206. 104 and 206 is 301. And if you put the 301 into the string of the golden ratio, it appears at the 1,404th decimal digit, which is the 144. Which just means that tied to the crown. It's ascension. It's just you level up. That's what I feel it means. It means you level up. DNA. A leveling up of the DNA. And then on top of that, we're out on the streets of Mexico, and we're just walking around. It was during the golden hour, and he sees this mural, a huge mural on the wall. And it's a phoenix. And so he's like, "Oh, a phoenix." Of course, the phoenix means the sun. So he gets his phone out, and he's walking across the street, and I'm behind him. And he's walking over to take a picture of it, and he grabs his phone, and I see on his phone, it's 18:06 p.m. He had it in a military time. It was 6:06 p.m. 6:06, 66. 66 is the latitude, longitude of Bethlehem, the birth city of the Christ. 31 degrees north, 35 degrees east, 31 and 35 is 66. But 1806 is 186, and what is the speed of light? Well, it's 186,000 miles per second in a vacuum. And he was taking a picture of a phoenix, which is tied to the sun, which is tied to light, at 6:06 p.m. Come on, folks. And he wasn't paying attention to that, but I was. And then we came back to, I had to bring him to the airport, and we stopped in my town to drop off my stuff, and we decided to get something to eat. And we stopped at this little restaurant. We're sitting outside, and I'm literally telling him all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, like now I know, because like I got a lot of people that come to me. They're like, I'm the Savior, I'm the Christ, and well, now I can say I've met the Messiah. And what drives by? And I wish I had my camera. It was taxi number 316. Kid you not. And so how does that happen? That's how dialed in this was. This whole experience with him and I. Mind blown. It was mind blowing, folks. Thanks all of you for sitting through a second round of me telling that story. But this is just the comedy in my life. And I'm just grateful for this experience. Despite all the things that happened, the shortcomings, the persecution, the things I don't like about this life, these are the things I just look at the life and I'm like, man. You know, I mean, I was in number 206 in my Airbnb, 206. I had a big eye. I had a big all-seeing eye on my wall. No kidding. Hung up on the wall. 206, 26. 26 is tied to the word source. I just did a decode on DNA. It's just insane, the synchronicities. And this has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. This is the supernatural, folks. What's running this reality. That's how beautiful this reality is, man. So if you can make lemonade out of these stories, I hope you can. It's pretty amazing, man. It's pretty amazing. But Jordan's one hell of a guy. He's got some great gifts. He's super intelligent. He's way advanced for his age. He's just a smart dude, man. He's just got a great personality. You know, he's a Pisces, straight up Pisces in both the Vedic and the Western. His sun is right there. He's just got a great code, man. And you know, his incarnation is helping people achieve their absolute best in life, build their utopia. So, you know, get over to his channel, support Waters Above. He's got a master course. He's got a couple courses. Go get his course, man. He's moving into that. He's obviously known for the crypto thing, but his now focus is helping people achieve a better life, you know. So it was just, we got some good stuff coming out, but those are the fun things about Jordan and I. It's just crazy. Anyway, maybe some of you have some things like that synchronize in your life. You have synchronite, but this is what I'm saying. When you start to look for it, when you know the numbers, it just gets really beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Like, at what point does it end? It never does. Life never ends, folks. I don't believe so. I don't think it's just continually moving through time and space. Yeah, it's just Waters Above now. Yeah, you rebranded it. Yeah, if you just type in Waters Above on YouTube, you'll find his channel. You know, he does a weekly podcast. He gets triple the amount of people I get. He's just amazing dude. And I know we're going to be doing, we've already talked to, we're going to be, those of you that are fans of big shout out to Jason from Archaics. Didn't want to leave him out, but I'm hoping we're going to do a three-way podcast. Him, Archaics, Jason, Jordan, and myself, all at the same time. And then I also have a podcast coming with, if you watched my Let's Talk About Exiting the Matrix and you're a fan of Ola Wolny, she's going to be doing another podcast, number 2. Let's Talk About Exiting the Matrix Part 2. She's already said March, so we haven't set a date yet, but she's awesome too. You know, she's a big Vedic Babylonian astrologer. So we got a part 2 coming out. She got a lot of traction with her voice. It was great. All right, what time is it? Okay, it's time to probably do the collective card pull and call it a night, man. It's I'm hungry. I gotta eat one more time and then let it digest. So let's see what we got. So I hope all of you have enjoyed this transmission. I appreciate all of you tuning in. I wanted to create a little bit more of a fun experience, which is why I've kind of got this background here. You know, I love messing around, having different backgrounds. I thought it would be cool to be like inside of a home theater. So I put that on there, and then you'll see on the left and right hand side of me on the wall, there's the cards that represented, well, it was for Saturn Day. It was the 7 of Diamonds and the 9 of Hearts. This will probably be my new format for a little bit until I get bored of this. This was kind of cool. I really like this background. Okay. Also, I'm thinking about doing a little bit of a course or a video. Maybe I'll just do it as a video, but I'm, like if for those of you that are fans of the tarot and you like to go like myself, like you like to go and listen to, tarot card pullers that do your, weekly, monthly tarot spreads, they're gonna pull cards, and there's so many of them, right? And there's a lot of good ones. But you see, they don't have the knowledge of what your birthday is, what your birth card is. If you're in a partnership with somebody, what their birth card is, they don't know your planetary ruling card. They don't really know like what your cards are. And so it's a very general reading, and they're going to tell you that. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a video or a course on how to read your main cards and your partner's cards. And that way, if you go and watch these tarot readers, you'll go into the tarot reading and you can lay your cards out on the table. And if they're pulling your cards, it will have a deeper impact or meaning on what the outlook's going to be for you. So it's a game changer knowing what your cards and your tarot cards are, especially when you go into these tarot readers, because it's like, you don't need to get a reading from anybody really. I mean, it is cool to get a reading. Like, it's kind of like shooting myself in the foot here, right? Because I do tarot readings, and it is advantageous when you do a tarot reading with somebody, because they're going to pull cards specifically, all of them, and they're going to draw in with your energy, and they're going to connect with your silver lining, et cetera, et cetera. But when you do the averages with some of these tarot readers, and you know the cards that you're dealing with and your partner's cards, or maybe you're looking for a partnership, maybe you're dating somebody and you know their cards and you start to see them come up, it's much easier to figure it out. Rather than just getting averages and saying, oh, that sounds good. That sounds like it may describe what's going on with me. It's much better. Okay. So I'm probably just going to do a video on that. I got so much stuff to share with the world, folks, and it's just like, it's just never ending. It's just like, I have one thing and then the next thing. Like, I had these two decodes coming out. I got 3. I did one decode tonight before, and I was going to release it all as a sneak peek, but I'm like, I can do a decoding short with this. And it's on the baby. How we got here. It's going to be on a baby, probably baby decoded. It's going to be a short. The placenta to the umbilical cord to the baby. You want to know how you got here? I'm going to show you through alchemy and through the tarot and the cards of illumination and numerology. So unbelievable what I found. All right. Oracle of the Mermaid. The 61-7 vibration is about consciously letting go of the material world to move into a spiritual path where one is filled with the joy of pure being. Well, yeah, I guess it could be. The 61 is tied to Prometheus, who's the Titan who stole fire and gave it to the humans, supposedly the creator of this reality. Prometheus is Lucifer, by the way. That's a pretty much a given now. But the 61 is tied to Prometheus. 61 is tied to the golden ratio, 1.61, so tied to nature. I like what you said there. Letting go of the material world, but I don't think that personally myself, I think the material world is 50% of this reality, meaning you're supposed to have some material possessions. Like you're supposed to enjoy life. Now, some of you may not resonate with that. Like, well, because I'm a minimalist too, by the way. I don't own anything. Like I got rid of everything. The only thing I really have is, and what's really important to me is my electronics, because I wouldn't be able to do these broadcasts with all of you. And I like my equipment, but like, this is the stuff that I enjoy. This is my material possessions, right? And that may change, like things change. I think we need to be balanced. I think homeostasis, the balance, the heart chakra being in the center point, neutrality, I think that's really where it's at, because you're born to experience life and have fun with life. And, like, I don't know. I think personally myself, I think money is a tool. Like a carpenter uses a saw or a hammer. Money's a tool. And, I think people would rather have money than not. Like if you were given a choice, like if somebody said, hey, I'm going to deposit $20,000 in your bank account every single month for the rest of your life, I don't think there would be one of you say, nah. I think every single one of you would say, okay. You could just give it away if you want to, but I don't think any of you would turn that away. So it's a tool. And there comes the materialism. Like, enjoy it a little bit. Life's to be enjoyed. Go take a trip. Like maybe you want to go somewhere and take a trip. You need funds for that. Anyway, it's just the way my thinking is. I think I probably just killed that a little bit. $61, by the way, is 2. $61 is tied to, I think the number 4. I can't remember. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So it's come down to the collective tarot card pull. So if you're new to this, what we do is we just kind of come together collectively. We're going to see what the tarot's going to say about whatever question we're going to ask. Typically, I make it really simple. Like, what's coming down the pike for us? What do we have to look forward to? And, this can mean a lot of things when we pull the cards, but I'm going to do my best to interpret them. And it comes down to the interpretation. Sometimes I don't interpret them till days after, and then I go back, I'm like, oh God, why didn't I see that? Okay. So we're going to do 3, maybe 4 cards. I don't know. Let's see how I'm feeling here. So let's kind of do it old school. The way I used to do it is we put a song on and then we do about 30 seconds and then we come back on. So I'm going to encourage all of you here now. This is the ending part of this What's Your Question 53. to join in on this and like think about like, where would you want life to go towards? Like, okay, because the universe, God, the universe, whatever, it's already decided where it's going to go. We're just along for the ride, riding the coattails, following the light, so to speak. You know, we're the electromagnetic wave, the yin yang. We're following the light. So it's really not in our hands, but at the same time, what would you like it to look like? And maybe you'll resonate with this, maybe you won't, but let's see what the cards have to say. And let's see, what do I want to play here? I think maybe we'll just keep it on this. We'll just crank this up a little bit. And so, about 30 seconds. Where's this world going? Like, you know, I don't remember what you did last week or the week before, what cards we pulled. I can't remember. I have so much going on. I think the Queen of Swords was in there, which meant clarity, major clarity coming in. But let's see. I got the deck shuffled a million times. I've shuffled it. I'm still shuffling it. But like, what's coming down the pike for us? Like, what do we have in store? I think the message was pretty crystal clear. We got, you know, the new game coming in, a big transmutation coming in. But let's see. Let's see what we got coming in. I think we're just going to keep. So just, you know, what are you thinking, ladies and gentlemen? What are we thinking here? Okay. So let's do. I don't think I have anything. I would just keep. This is, by the way, this music, if you're wondering, is called Dream State Logic. It's my go-to. It's my background music in my videos, the majority of them. It's an artist. I think he's out of Arizona. He's awesome. Does a lot of this like ambient space music. I love it. This is where I decode a lot from. But anyway, all right. So let's get into the tarot. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So where are we going in this world? What's the tarot's going to say? Like, what is the source code going to pull us towards? What do we have to look forward to? You know, what's coming out? And I don't have a time frame, by the way. I'm not going to say this is going to happen in the next 6 months or a year, but like, let's just see. And then let me just try to make heads or tails as best as I can out of this. So at the bottom of the deck, we had the infamous Ace of Spades. A lot of you were talking about this earlier, the Ace of Swords. And this card right here means clarity. So instantly and automatically at the bottom of the deck, we have clarity. All right, and this, obviously there's many other layers to this. We got to dig a little deeper, but we now have the beginning of this, and now we have clarity coming in. You're gonna have clarity coming in, and we have a great reveal coming in. This card right here is tied to transhumanism straight up because it's tied to the number. This is the 51st card in the deck, and 51's tied to antimony, the all-seeing eye, the implant in your brain tied to Westworld, etc., etc. This is the card of Westworld. This is the card of Westworld, okay, in the tarot. So let's now get another layer. So we have clarity now. We have Westworld. We have mind control, MK Ultra, transhumanism. All that stuff. Is that what this is saying right here? Is that what this is alluding to? Okay. Let's go now to the middle of the deck, and I'm just going to move it to the center here. I'm going to do this with all of you. I'm going to get to the middle as best as I can without looking. And that's about the middle there, and raise it up. And we now have looks like the 10 of Wands. Yep, sure is. I don't read reverses, so it just keeps it very simple. So now we have the 10 of Wands. And, you know, the 10 of Wands, this is tied to our DNA, by the way. How is it tied to our DNA? Go watch my DNA Decoded and you'll see. This is card number 31. 31's tied to ride or die, which is our DNA. But you see, you can clearly see it has 2 pyramids on it. This card. He's got the sticks, but the sticks, if you look up close, you see one pyramid and then right below his arms, there's another pyramid at the bottom. See, that's the X. That's the two pyramids together. This is going to be tied to the element copper. But this is taking the meaning of this card is taking the world upon your shoulder. Like, this is like having a lot of burden. The 10 sticks, the 10 of wands. This is the 10 of clubs. It's tied to our DNA because the 10 of wands is the 10 of clubs. I think I already know what this is coming to, but let me show all of you. And this was very important to tell all of you this. So I'm going to be very abstract. I'm going to really go deep here. See if you can get this. See if I can explain. So the 10 of wands, use another tool here. Pull out another tool in my toolbox. So there it is. It's the 10 of clubs. 10 of wands is the 10 of clubs. So we had clarity with the ace. We had clarity with the ace of swords, right? Also tied to the implant in your brain. But then we moved to this right here. Now, the 10 of clubs being tied to the 10 of wands, it's the ride or die, but it's also, this is the 23rd card in the deck, and 23 is tied to the words in numerology, blood, crown. What's on the top of that card? History, Bitcoin. These are all 23. The Royal Star of the Lion in numerology is 23. Tom Brady, who just retired. How many seasons did he play? 23. He retires on a Jack of Spades day, which is the co-partner of this card. This is another reason why I picked the Chiefs, because it was in Patrick Mahomes' house. Passed off the energy. Tom Brady had a lot to do with the Super Bowl, the energy of his retirement, passing the baton on, and Patrick Mahomes got that. But nonetheless, that's the middle of the deck. So let's see if we can get a third card. We're going to pull it at the top of the deck now. Okay, at the very top. And we got the 5 of wands. Another wands, another clubs, the 5 of clubs. This is card number 27. Now, the word heaven is 27. Cobalt is the 27th element. This is like a lot of division. This is chaos and order. This is fighting, obviously. You see the big V right there? It's the V, the Roman numeral V. Well, I mean, what do we see on this card? We see the V there and the sticks. It's the letter X because it's the 10 of wands. The X is the X. I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, what I see here with these 3 cards together so far. We have clarity with the ace of swords. We have the crown at the top. Card number 51. 51's tied to antimony. Antimony's tied to the all-seeing eye in your brain. Then we have the middle. We have the 10 of wands, which is tied to our DNA. So we have the brain, we have the implant, we have the DNA, and then we have the last card, which is the 5 of wands, the 5 of clubs, and the 5 of clubs is card number 18, which is tied to the word Jesus, which is tied to the word Christ, which is what we're all having, the Jesus Christ Superstar Experience. But let's get one more card for clarification. One more card for clarification. I'm just going to randomly pick it out of the deck here, okay? One more card to clarify all this stuff. Like, what the hell's going on here? We have clarity. It's tied to the implant in your brain. We also have the 10 of wands, which is in the tarot. It's obligations. It's taking the world upon your shoulders. But then we have, at the very tail end, we had a lot of fighting, chaos, and order. 27, the great dragon. Also tied to the great dragon. But let's pull one more card for clarity, to clarify. Can you clarify all of these 3 cards here? What does all this stuff kind of allude to here? Let's see. Let's just pull a random card. There is my finger. And we get the we get the 43rd card in the deck. So now it's been clarified here for me now. What I'm saying is, this is the 43rd card in the deck. I pulled this earlier. This is the card of Bill Gates' birth card. It's the card of Anthony Fauci birth card. It's the 43rd card in the deck, tied to the word Hollywood. So I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, we got a new movie coming in. That's what this is saying. All these cards, we have a new movie that's coming in. Okay? There's a new movie coming in. And it may give you a choice. There may be choices coming down like, what are you going to choose? Now you'd say, well, wait a minute, I don't think we have a choice. Well, that's an illusion. I say, for the big things. But this is the 43rd card in the deck. So I say you have the clarity, which possibly could be cryptocurrencies in there, transhumanism, et cetera, et cetera. You have the 10 of clubs through the 10 of wands. This is the DNA. I think this is the DNA. This could be the DNA upgrade tied to the crown, tied to blood. And then you have the chaos and order card. This is tied to the moon too, by the way. But then we had the last card here with the 7 of cups, card 43. And it's tied to the word Hollywood. Let me just take a second peek here again. Let's just get one more card. I want to get one more card to clarify for all of you here on what the heck this means. Let's clarify this 10 of wands. What does the 10 of wands mean? That's what we're going to clarify. We're going to clarify this 10 of wands. 10 of wands. Clarify the 10 of wands. What is the 10 of wands? There you go. We got a new Fool's Journey coming up. We got a new Hollywood movie coming in, folks. That's what this is saying right here. I mean, this is pretty vanilla, right? Because you would say, well, yeah, we know that, but this is crystal clear now. We got the Fool clear. We got the 10 of wands clarified by the Fool. This is the DNA. I would say that for some of you, it's very possible you're going to get a DNA upgrade if you haven't done so already. That's what I would say. That's what I'm kind of instinctively feeling here. The DNA upgrade. All right, let's just get one more. I'm having fun with this. Let's just clarify this 5 of wands here. What does this 5 of wands mean? So I think we get it's the Fool's Journey, taking the world upon your shoulders, responsibilities, obligations. Some of you, it could be tough times. You know, this 10 of sticks, man. I mean, but you got to be the Fool. You got to act like the Fool. What is the Fool energy? It's careless. It doesn't know anything about being screwed over, ripped off, cheated on. And it's the Joker. But let's clarify this 5 of wands here. What does this 5 of wands mean? Let's see. Let's see, what does this 5 of wands mean? What does this 5 of wands mean? 5 of wands. Clarify the 5 of wands. Thank you. Definitely. I mean, this is Chronos. We get a new time slot coming in. It could be it could be chaotic. This is like I said, this is the chaos and order card. Look at the fighting going on. This is you do not want to be partaking in that kind of energy. You want to have crystal clear energy here. You want to use this Ace of Swords. You want to have clarity in your life. We know that we have a new Fool's Journey coming in. We know that you may have a lot of choices that will come before you, but this also can mean not necessarily choices. It can mean illusions. Be on the lookout for illusions. If you can't touch it, smell it, taste it, feel it, if you just see it, man, you know, maybe you want to be the doubting Thomas. I would be, but this also can mean the Hollywood movie. This is tied directly to Hollywood. The 7 of Cups. But the 5 of Wands, which can mean division and a lot of fighting, chaos and order tied to the great dragon getting hurled down. We then have the clarification of the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune's got the Yod Vahe right on it, spinning the wheel to determine your fate. This is going to sit in all of your house number 10. Maybe you want to look at your astrological chart. What's in your house number 10? You know, this is service to others, service to the world. This is, you know, this right here typically has a good outcome, but you can see the devil at the bottom and then the blue at the top. It's got the 4 fixed signs on there. So to clarify that 5 of Wands, after coming out with the new Fool's Journey, it looks like it could get rocky. Could get rocky with this 5 of Wands, folks. All right, I'm going to do one more. Why not? Let's just clarify this Seven of Cups. I'm curious what the Seven of Cups is, because it can mean the new Hollywood movie. And remember, you're in a Hollywood movie. This is a movie. Okay? You're inside of a movie set. Earth is a movie set. So what is up with this Seven of Cups? Let's clarify that. Can you clarify the Seven of Cups? What does this Seven of Cups mean? I say it's a new Hollywood movie coming in. 2023 is a big, big year. All right, so Seven of Cups, clarification on that. We got the nine. So there's the clarification. We got the Nine of Pentacles. This is simulation. This is tied to this. So we got a new simulation coming in, folks. It's been confirmed. I can tell you right now. There it is. Bam! The Seven of Cups is the Hollywood movie, and the Nine of Diamonds, even though it's the Nine of Pentacles, it's card 73. Remember, 73 is the 21st prime number. This is tied to the World card. We got a new world coming in, folks. We got a new simulation. This is the card of the simulation. It's tied to the Nine of Diamonds. Nine of Diamonds is the 35th card in the deck. 35 is tied to the word simulation. We got to do, this is what it means. That's the clarification. We got a new simulation coming in, folks. You may be getting a DNA upgrade. Okay, if you're somebody who's a fan of the Law of One material. I saw some commentary on the Law of One material. I think the Law of One material is pretty amazing material. There's a lot of energy on the Ra aspect. Lib Ra, Rahu. Ra this and Ra that. You know, I'm going to throw something out there at you, ladies and gentlemen. The address of the White House in Washington, D.C. is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The address for the largest collector of artificial intelligence called Google in Silicon Valley is 1600 Amphitheater Way in Mountain View. They both have the number 1600. So the most powerful military, the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the largest artificial intelligence gatherer, Google, 1600 Amphitheater Way. 1600 is the half-life of radium, which is Ra. And go watch my DNA Decoded. I showed that the radium's tied right to the two base pairs of our DNA. So if you're a fan of the Law of One material, what does the Law of One material say? Well, if you're 51% service to others, you're gonna graduate. What does graduation look like? Well, I don't know. We can speculate on it, theorize on it. But do you want to graduate? If there's if you want to check off the box, like, do you want to graduate? I guarantee every single one of you is like, of course I want to graduate. And if I would ask you, are you going to graduate? I bet the majority of you are going to say, of course I'm going to graduate. Well, in the Law of One material, if it has merit, I mean, it's tied to Ra. Ra is tied to the ancient Egypt. That predates all of the theology. Goes all the way back to ancient Egypt. Doesn't mean it's going to have more say than anything else, but it has a lot of merit. Ra, radium, 88. 88 plus its 226 atomic mass, that equals 314. That's pi. Radium, it's got 88 protons. It's got a weight of 226. You add 88 plus 226, you're going to get 314. That's pi. Pi is Earth, the perfect circle, the circumference of a 360-degree circle. That's why the zodiac and the wheel of the zodiac is 360 degrees. 30 degrees for each sign, 12 zodiac signs, 12 times 30 is 360. Okay? That's how easy this is. So I say we're going to get a DNA upgrade. Some of you may have already done that. Maybe you're already feeling that. But we're definitely, from the cards and what you're going to get clarity on this, if you haven't done so already. But this also can mean, I'm just throwing this out there, this card's tied to transhumanism, okay? You got to be open to this stuff. I'm not saying you have to accept it. Just be open to it. I'm not selling it to you. I'm not saying it's true. All I'm saying is it's a possibility. So this spread right here, this is the first card we opened it up. The crown's right there. The crown's tied to blood. Blood's tied to our DNA. My last decode was on DNA. I got one coming out on the Corona King. What was all that for? It's tied to our DNA, folks. I got some stuff coming out on our blood types. The X and Y chromosomes. I mean, the X is right on that card that we pulled. See the X right there? The X chromosomes. I mean, you see the X right there. He's holding the X. You see those sticks? Forms an X. This is tied to DNA right here, ladies and gentlemen. Tied right to the DNA. Go watch my DNA Decoded. It's one of the most important decodes I've put out to date. I say that we're going to be getting a DNA upgrade, or the DNA upgrade is going to be about tied to, I mean, you know, the Neuralink and Elon Musk. You don't have to be a fan of that, but I'm saying it's a possibility. Neuralink is 30. Demiurge is 30. Jehovah is 30. The Neuralink. The Neuralink. Rahu, Lib, Ra. You see, folks? So you got to be open to this stuff, man. That's why you can't get angry. If something comes down the pike and you don't like it, you're going to get angry. You're going to have an emotional reaction. It's going to could put you in a depressive state. You got to be open to this stuff. All right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for tonight, man. I mean, I hope you enjoyed this. What's your question? 53. 53 is tied to iodine. Get your iodine if you're iodine deficient. Make sure you're taking your seaweed or taking an iodine supplement. It's important. Protect your thyroid. Don't stand in fear. Turn off the mainstream. See, if as long as you're not influenced by stuff, doesn't mean it can't affect you, but it will have less effect on you. Live a life. If you have a hard time doing that, go into minimalism like I have. Get rid of some shit. Go clean out your closets. Springtime is around the corner. What do you do in the springtime? You spring clean. Go get rid of your shit in your closet. Go give some stuff away. Go in your closets and pull out all the stuff that no longer serves you. Make room for the new that's coming in. Get rid of all the weeds in your house. Go get a new toothbrush. Some of you have been using the same toothbrush for 6 months. Things old and decrepit. Go get a new toothbrush. They're not that expensive. They're a couple bucks. Some of you need to get rid of your toothbrushes. Some of you need to go get some blood panels done to check your blood because you haven't done it in years. You don't know what it looks like. You're too afraid. You got to get away from fear. Move towards that. And remember what I'm saying. You are the star of this movie, not me. I'm just an extra in your movie. Go be the star. Go shine like the star. Okay? Go be the star in your own movie. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for What's Your Question 53. Let me see what I want to play here. What do I want to play? I don't have much on my playlist, so. Let me just start with some. I'll let this song kick in here. This is the classic song by Aldo Nova, and it's called Fantasy. Great song. It's considered a one-hit wonder. He's from Canada. And, life is a fantasy. Life is just a fantasy. Can you live this fantasy life? That's what this reality is. It's a fantasy. It's a dream. Go be the star in your own movie, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Stop blaming things. Go create your utopia, man. We got some DNA upgrades. Looks like it's coming in, man. Accept it. Have fun with it. I appreciate everybody being here. Big shout out to the moderator, Steve and Pamela. Thanks everybody for sticking with me. What's your question 53? This has been a really fun one. I'm going to go grub down on some vegetables now. I'm going to let all of you sit here and talk, play this song all the way through here. But ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you for joining in on this What's Your Question 53. Until next time, my name's Logan, Decode Your Reality. See you later.